Oh, wow. Wow. Have like 9 people. Good morning, everyone. I am sorry for having to keep you guys um waiting. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from any part of the world you are logging in from. You are very welcome. Please confirm you can hear me and you can see me clearly. Please confirm that you can hear me and you can see me clearly. Oh, thank you. All right, thank you so much. I think I see one thumbs up. I don't know. I want to see more thumbs up and we should be good. Oh, wow. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, Sister. Okay, so I don't know who is iPhone. Oh, please, if you can rename so that we could greet everyone as I'm seeing on my screen. Hi, Amaria. Thank you so much for logging in. Um, our usual suspects, Mr. Wale, thank you so much for being here. That's one of our speakers for today. Who's the next on my screen? Goodness, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming in. Lydia, thank you so much for coming in. iPhone, I don't know who is using iPhone, but thank you so much for logging in. Temi, thank you so much. It's so good to see you. Thank you for coming in. I wish everyone, thank you. Thank you so much for logging in. I really appreciate every one of you. So just to move to the business of the day, before we do that, I just want to ensure a few things. Please ensure you have a journal with you. Ensure you have a pen. Ensure you have like a water. Where's my bottle of water? Okay. Ensure you have water. Sorry, I don't know if you can see my bottle of water. So ensure you have water with you. And probably some mints or gum to just, keep you awake. If you're lying down, if you're sitting down, try to be as comfortable as you can as we progress through this. All right, so thank you so much. Just to run a bit into why we are here and what this event is about. So the name of this event is Her Becoming and Wellbeing Experience 1.0 for women. That is the title of this event. And this event actually started in 2023 as Year in Review webinar. So the Year in Review webinar, some of us would know or would have seen that. Some of us who are here would have seen the Year in Review webinar or would have even been part of it. Started in 2023 on LinkedIn, and it held in December for 5 days and it went well. It was a very, very transformative event. Of course, I'm going to give us a backstory as to how the Year in Review started and how we got to this point of calling it Her Becoming and Wellbeing Experience. So before then, I used to be the person that, lives through life, just anyhow, any which way, let's just do, like, after all, let's be alive. If this year starts, we move through it, nothing is happening, there was no intentionality. If you ask me how my year went, I couldn't really tell you that, okay, this happened in January, in February, in March, in April, or anything. It was more about, thank God, we have seen a new year, we are alive, we are good, and that was it. And when I did the Year in Review webinar, I mean, most of the people who attended found it very, very insightful, because there's just this thing about living your life. There's really no time where you make up your mind and you say that, oh, I really will want to have really take an inventory of the things that are done. I really would want to know what worked, what didn't work. I mean, imagine for the past 10 years where you have been saying, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And because you're not able to keep track of it, you're not able to reflect to see that this particular thing has not started happening. You're not able to see that for the past 20 years, this thing I've been saying it over for some reason because you're not keeping records. So the year in review webinar that started for 5 days, and then of course I had more time, so we could do it for 5 days, and it was interesting. Came back with very good feedbacks, and then we did the second version in 2024, which was last year. It wasn't held on LinkedIn, it was held through Zoom, and we had good registration, good participants. It was supposed to be something that was going to happen every 90 days, but we didn't get as much feedback for that purpose to be able to do that. That was why we left it. However, this year, 2025, it was not just going to be about coming for reviewing your year, coming to reflect on it, coming to, see how you can reset yourself for 2026. But because there's something that is happening in this season or that will happen in the coming days, it was important that we align into that, so that for every person who registers or is part of this event is able to understand what they need to start doing differently. So I'm definitely going to share some things, how to become, but then to experience well-being in the different areas of your life. It's not just about, oh, let me come, let's see how the year was, let's see what happened, what worked, what didn't work. It's not just about that. But there are certain tools, there are certain strategies that you need to be able to achieve emotional well-being, to be able to achieve spiritual well-being, to be able to achieve financial well-being, career well-being, professional well-being, like a total well-being, not just in one area of your life. Because you need to be well, you need to be rooted, you need to be grounded for the coming days. And it would not just be about what you knew about social media or, what you learned from somewhere. It will be about what you know. And one of the things that are going to happen in the coming days, there will be a lot of identity distortions. I didn't plan to quickly go into this. I was hoping to just explain why we are hosting this event. But one of the things that will happen in the coming days, there will be a lot of identity distortions. And people are going to get more confused about who they are, because social media is already doing a very good job in doing that. And one thing I want to remind us is that the devil is not an unintelligent person. Assuming you had that at the back of your mind, he's not. He has data. He has data, and he works with it very well. So if you're going to be that woman who must become, you would also need to utilize data. You cannot just assume and move through things any which way. No. And the data that you need to be able to get into where you need to be, some of it you have already lived it in your past life, which is where reflecting on your past years becomes very important. When the devil wants to, target someone or target a family, he doesn't just go and strike and say, okay, for this person, this is what I'm going to use for them. No, he uses the things that they have done in the past and says, this person, they've been battling this. So every time this particular thing comes up, they enter into it. That is the more reason why any single time he hits any single time he sends a missile, he most times may not miss it, unless the person has moved from being that person. So for you to become, you as an individual must utilize your own past data. For you to be a solution provider, you also need to utilize the data that are available on the globe. If you're going to provide solution for a group of people, let's say you're providing solution for business owners, you need to utilize the data. What are the problems business owners have experienced in the past 5 years, in the past 10 years, in the past 20 years? What are those experiences? What are those things they have complained about and they are still complaining about? The earth looks like it is already The earth looks like it is already oversaturated. Do you see? But when, oh, I'm sorry, just give me a minute, please. The earth looks like it is already oversaturated, like there are too many solutions, and that's social media lying to you. That's social media lying to you. There are lots of problems that are yet to be solved. There are some problems that if you go on YouTube today, YouTube happens to be the biggest platform, video platform, that anything at all you want to learn, you can learn on YouTube. But do you know that on this same YouTube that has existed for how many years, there are still some things you would go and search for and you can't find reasonable information on it. So do not say that, oh, I've been in this place, everybody is doing this, so I have to do that, I have to continue with this, I have to continue with that. No. So there is a need for every one of us here as women to become very intentional about what we do. And why this event was set up was to help you gain clarity on where you are currently and to know what to start doing differently starting from today, not waiting for 2026 or 2027. Because if you do not change anything, your year is going to continue the same way it has always been. The only thing that is going to happen is that you will continue to get older. You will continue to probably develop one problem or the other with your body because your body is not going to remain the same way. You may probably add some weight or lose some weight depending on where you are. But then those are the things. Those things are constant, are going to happen. But if you really need to change any situation in your life, you would have to change your actions from today. Another thing that this experience will help you do is to help you identify what you should stop doing, what you should start doing, and then what you should put a hold on. Not necessarily stop, but what you should put a hold on. It may be something you've been working on a while, but then you want to get into that place of alignment, into that place of attunement, into that place of the current assignments that you need to be working in now. And this thing is also to keep an inventory of your wins, your mistakes, to have an idea of those things, and then to become more clear on your own identity, on your own values, on your own personalities. We're going to definitely share a template. We're going to share a worksheet. We're going to share a template and a worksheet to be able to guide us through what I'm going to run through now. Between now and 20th of December. Please, for now, all our social media platforms, apart from my personal handle, which is easy to reach me on at Dear IB, is available. However, WinEdge Coaching and Consults is not available for now. So all my communications, please, will be by email. It would not be by or on my social media page. And my active social media page is LinkedIn. It's LinkedIn. So yes. Once you search for Dear IB, you should be able to see that on LinkedIn. You should be able to see that as well on Instagram. I think that should also come up. So every information that will be circulated will definitely be through email and then through my social media platforms. There will be a worksheet that will be sent to everyone on or before 20th December for everyone who has registered for this event, whether they are here today or not. We had planned a well-being assessment, a personal well-being assessment to be launched today. However, due to circumstances beyond my control, it was not ready. It's supposed to be a tool to be able to help everyone, whether male or female, identify the areas of their life where their well-being is low and probably what they need to start doing differently, and to identify what they need to, work on. To identify that, okay, if my financial well-being is okay, maybe I need to work on my spiritual well-being now. I need to work on my personal well-being. I need to work on, my identity. That's under personal well-being. Your identity, your values, and all those things are under your personal well-being, or I need to work on my emotional well-being, I need to work on my career well-being. So you can see that this assessment tool is very broad. It's going to be a free tool that will be available that people can log into and do whatever you want to do. Get your results sent to your email, directly to your mail. And yes, it will be updated yearly depending on what we find useful. It's going to be a global tool that will be used by anyone to make sure that at every point in your life that you feel like, oh, I just need to know where I am currently, you could easily just use that tool and it should be able to give you, if not 99.9%, at least from 95 to about 99.9% accuracy on what is being done. So that is still in the works. And hopefully, once it is ready, everyone on my email list are going to get a notification on that. It will be shared to every single person. And your results are yours. Your results are not open to the public. Your results are yours. They are not even open to me as the creator of the tool. They are only accessible by you. Anytime you click on the results, even if it's 2 or 3 years time, it will always be available for you to access, unless the platform where we are using it is no longer existing. So unless there's no internet, there's no Google, then that should happen, or there's a network problem. Then we are also launching the Business of Life for Women course in January 2026. Details would also be shared on my platform, and it's also going to be shared. Sorry, that's my social media handles, and it's also going to be shared on my email list as well. So always keep an eye on my email. Once you see their ID, please open it. Please open it. Don't say, let me scroll past, let me ignore, this is not necessary. No, open it, read. There's always something very interesting for you to read. So one of the things I want us to do as we move through this event is to make sure that as we move through to 2026, is to make sure that you have a statement of purpose. A statement of purpose usually is if you've tried to apply, to schools outside of your own place, like outside of your country. If you're located in Nigeria and you've tried to apply outside, one of the things those schools will ask you will be statement of purpose. Now, writing your statement of purpose can either make you get your admission or can either make you not get your admission. It's as serious as that. So I want to bring that to now our personal life. Write a statement of purpose for yourself, a vision statement for yourself. It can be for your lifetime or it can be for 2026. But make sure that you have something that your eyes are casted on for 2026. Write it where you can see. Don't write it and keep it inside your cupboard. Write it and keep it where you would always have access to. Log on, you would always, see it. So that you would always have that reminder. There's a level of consciousness that will be required to live the life that you have to live going forward. There's a level of consciousness, and you cannot be conscious about, every other thing but yourself. You cannot be conscious about what is going on in your environment. You cannot be conscious about what is going on social media, what is going on in church, what is going on in your workplace. You are more concerned about every other thing but your own self. If you really want to become who you must become or who God wants you to become, you have to, be conscious of who He has created you to be. You have to be conscious of who He has called you to be. You have to be conscious of excuse me, sorry, my nose keeps disturbing me. You have to be conscious of who you are as a person. You have to become intelligent, not just intelligent in books, but you need to know the 1+1 that is equal to 2. It will not be a matter of trying to second guess or, oh, let me try this. If I try this, if it doesn't work, I try this one. There's need for precision. There's need for being accurate and being sure that this thing will work. There's that need. There's a greater need for it now than there has ever been. So I talked about statement of purpose, what you want your 2026 to look like. Sit down, visualize what is going to be, write it down, get somewhere to write it that you can always see, not in a notebook. Get a board. You have a board, I will just show you what. If you have a board like this, I don't know if you can see. Oh, people are not seeing me. Okay, sorry, I don't know. Can you see me? I don't know if you guys saw my board, but if you have a board, get a board. Get something broad that you can write it on like this, that is as big as this. Write your vision for 2026 or your purpose statement, write it there. I want to quickly move because our next session is supposed to start. In the coming year, you want to make sure that you are well grounded and rooted in God's word. In God's word, not just in prayers, but in the word of God. Read the word of God. Don't just read it. Go into understanding the word of God. Start reading the Bible like a Berean Christian. Those ones where you see a word and the word that is being highlighted to you when you read it, you begin to say, what does this word mean? Get a dictionary. Don't just end it and say, oh, it's like this is what God is saying. No. Use the Blue Letter Bible and the Logos Bible versions actually do justice with that. But the Blue Letter Bible helps you that once you click on a word, you're able to see what those words mean. You must do things as directed by the Spirit of God, not in your own flesh, because flesh will fail. The second thing is make sure that with the advent of AI, originality would become more difficult, but you would have to push through it irrespective. You would have to make sure that your originality is fine-tuned. You see the pictures that AI can give to us. You have to make sure that your quality is getting as fine-tuned as that. It's no longer going to be that time that anyhow I want to do things, I just do it. No. If you're a business owner here or a career professional, if you are like me that has deficiency with social media, please, I am begging you today, try and learn social media. Learn it. Learn. If you want to pick one platform to learn that is like you, because of the nature of the person that I am, LinkedIn works for me better. Do you see? So if you know your kind of person, and this is not to say that you have to be on LinkedIn, because you can't meet everybody on LinkedIn. Some people are not always that serious. They're not. LinkedIn sometimes can really be very serious. Do you understand? Most of the people you may need to meet are on Instagram. So if you're a business person, don't just do things anyhow. I used to be like that. So this is me telling you my own part. Learn social media. If you can't learn it, get someone paid to do that. Learn it. It will be a required skill for the coming days. Especially for the purpose of visibility, for the purpose of influence, for the purpose of most of the things that you intend to achieve. Because the world is a global market. Do you see? So yes, you need to figure out what social media platform you want to learn or you want to know, and also learn that. Be serious with it. Don't be shabby about it. Make sure that every video, every post that you make should be connected to the kind of quality and excellence that you intend to project. So when you look through it, when you see that this thing I want to do, go and learn from other people that have gone ahead of you. That's why you can access people's profile. Don't say, oh, I just enter anyhow. Please, there's no anyhowness in 2020. Nobody will even be looking at your face. Please. There's the part where you say, okay, God has called you or God told you this. There's that part. But the way things function on this side of the earth is that quality will always bet quality. So if you want to get quality, give quality. And this is not to say that you should now boycott processes, start rushing things, start buying followers. No. Sit with yourself. After you've sat with yourself and you've sat with God and you've gotten the blueprints and the templates that you need, what you need to do differently. In 3 minutes time, we'll be starting our next session. So please let the speaker please take note. That's by 10:40 because we started 10:10. So you do not want to start saying, oh, sorry, I lost my train of thought again. But then you do not want to start saying that I don't care. It's not the year not to care. It is the year to care. 2026 is that year that you should care. So from now, start arranging your things. Go and look at that your social. You've been saying those things that you like, that when you see, you don't scroll past it because the video is nice, this is nice. If you can learn them, learn it. But then if you cannot, what do you have to do? Go and get, if you can pay somebody, pay. But if you cannot pay, please learn. So that for every next video that you post, you are getting better. When you look at your social media page, go and just take a review about it and see whether this is what you really want to represent or it's just there. As much as it does not define you, it's the first impression people have about you once they log onto your page. So take social media more seriously and use it for the purposes for which it was created. Not necessarily to go there and be consuming things that you have no business consuming. You have to be very much intentional about that. Then in the coming year, you want to also know that you cannot go into the coming year with the tools of 2025, 2024, 2023. Those years are past. In short, AI, the version of AI we have now, we have not even seen what AI is about to give us in 2026. We've not seen it. We've not even scratched the surface of AI. What the world is about to face in 5 years from now with the revolution, I don't even want to talk about it. I will leave it for Mr. Wole. That's his area. He will handle that part. But I just want you to pay attention to every single session that you're going to listen to. We're having the emotional well-being session happen first. After that, we'll have the career professional / business well-being session. And the last well-being session will be the financial well-being session. After that, I will be in your faces again to give us the final session, which is going to be revealing the Thrive model that you can utilize for your life. While I'm trying to wrap up, I promise 2 minutes. Get a paper for your goals, quickly, for your goals. What you want to do for your goals, have a financial goal. I said there's a template for it. So whether you write or not, you receive a template in your email between now and 20th of December. That's between now and next week, Saturday. For your financial goals, you want to quickly make sure that, do you want to have an early retirement or you want to live a debt-free life? That's an example of what you want before we start talking of the things you want highlighted under it. But then, because I want to keep to my word, I'm going to leave the goals. We're going to get back into this later on. At this point, I want to introduce someone, a very, very profound counselor, director, speaker, and mentor. She is doing great things in the counseling sector, in the emotional sector across the globe. Her name is Dr. Precious Akintoye, and she is the lead counselor. She's the director of Mito Counseling Chamber, and she's going to be taking us through the emotional well-being phase, which is going to help us, really identify this our emotional well-being that we are talking about. What does it imply? What does it mean? Are you sure it's necessary? Please, it is necessary. So I want you to pay attention to what she's going to teach us. Pay attention to all the sessions. Immediately after her session, there'll be 10 minutes for us to ask questions, and then the next speaker is going to come up. And at this point, I want to introduce my co-host. She's finally here. My co-host is Rejoice Mel. If you can see her name, her camera is turned on. So in case you don't hear my voice, she would be working side by side with me to make sure that we have a seamless program as well. So Rejoice, good to have you here and welcome. At this moment, I would, all right, thank you. So I hope I have, put some focus and direction on what is expected. At this point, I want us to, give a clapping ovation as we welcome our very first speaker, Dr. Precious Akintoye. Please, I want to see clap. I want to see claps. Yes, 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 yes.
Please. Hi, everybody. I hope my face is clear enough. Please, if it's not clear, tell me so I can increase the lightning. Is it clear enough?
Yes, ma. I think, please, everyone should confirm they can see her face.
And you can hear me clearly. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. I'm going to be very time conscious. There are a lot to say. But as I go on, I pray that the Lord will open your understanding to understand everything you're going to hear today and the ability to do it. Because the event of life is going to come, and it depends on how prepared you are. And I believe that this emotional part is coming first, because if there is emotional stability, nothing can stay. If your emotion is unstable, is disturbed, nothing else will get into you. So you need to get it right, that your emotion is important. The word says that guard your heart with all diligence. Your heart is where your emotion is. For out of it are the issues of life. What comes out of you is a reflection of what you have stored in your emotion over the years. What the information and everything. So we're going to talk about it. So your emotion is important. It's the foundation for where other areas of your life is going to stand. You have people who are influential or they are rich, but they have ill emotions. For instance, anger. With anger, they can burn off everything they've gathered for years, or anything anyone has gathered for years. So this emotion is very, very important. Your emotion has to be stable. And how does it maintain its stability? So that is what we're going to be talking about today. So I'm going to be sharing my screen, and I trust that you're going to be seeing my screen. Please confirm that you're seeing my screen as I go on. So can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so thank you so much. I'm checking my time too as I continue. So I'm Precious, and I'm going to talk about that. I'm a trained, experienced, and learning counselor. I'm learning every day. So we're going to talk about that as we go on. So quickly, I need you to get your notes and your pen ready. because I don't want to do too much talk. The first thing I want us to do is to do an assessment. I want you to assess some things, some areas of your life so that we can get it right. So, and the assessment is going to be on our 5 gates. What I mean by 5 gate is what you are seeing on the screen. What are the things that takes in information into our heart? The things we see gets into the brain, the things we hear gets into the brain, and then what we taste, the smell, and the touch. So those are our 5 gates. So we're going to do a short assessment this morning, and I want you to be true to yourself. The assessment is going to stay with you, but I also want you to bring your life to reality, your past life over the years, maybe this year or 5 years ago, or 10 years. Just bring it to reality and like seeing your own life before you. So that is what we're going to do. Please, if you are ready, let me know so that we'll go on. So we're going to do the eyes first. You can see the question on the screen. So just don't write the questions, or you may want to screenshot, but just write the answer for time's sake. What is the first thing you see each morning when you wake up? So I want to write it down. What is that first thing you see each morning? Write it. When you are done, please let us know so we can continue. How do I know you are done? Some people are not writing. I used to be a teacher and we used to flog back then. Some people are
Okay,
not
so just
writing.
to assist with that, please, once you're done, you could just give a thumbs up through your
Okay,
react button. Yeah.
okay. So what do you see first each morning? I'm going to be doing my own write-up too. Then what are the 3 major things you see before leaving your home each day? What are the things you see? I'm sure for some of us it's phone. Oh. Phone is there. Yes. So to help your memory. So write 3 major things you see each day. I hope you're writing. Please do. Then what do you see frequently when you're out of the house? Immediately you step out of your house, going to work, going to place of worship, for shopping or anything, to meet with friends. What do you see as soon as you step out? That neighbor, that taxi, or tree, or bird, a lion, a dog, whatever you see, please write it. Then what do you see when you're at work? I believe most of us are working, either business or you're working with someone. What do you see at work that you frequently see at work that it fills your eyes? And then what do you see at marketplace when you go to the market? What do you see? I'm going to ask a volunteer to someone is bold enough to tell us what he or she has written so that I can be sure that I'm having some engagement. Then lastly, what comes to your mind when you see those things? Those things that you see, especially outside of your house, at work, out of the house, and maybe in the house, in marketplace. What comes to your mind when you see those things? I want you to note those things. Note what comes to your mind when you see those things. Can we move on to no? Sorry, ears. What do I hear first when I wake up in the morning? What do I hear first when I wake up in the morning? Then what do I hear when preparing to go out? What do I hear when preparing to go out? Then what do I hear when I'm outside? And lastly here, what do I hear before going to bed? I hope you're assessing yourself, your life. This is life assessment. So can we move on? Mm, yes. I think for the sake of time, this will be the last part. No, second to the last. Now, your mouth. What is the first thing that goes into your mouth daily, each day? Are you done? Then what goes into your mouth frequently each day? Is it water? Is it solid? Is it liquid? Whatever it is, please just note it. And what is the last predominant thing that you put in your mouth at the end of each day? I trust that I have faithful people who are taking notes and they are assessing themselves. So can I move on? Can I have a notification to move on? All right, thank you. So I can move on. So now your mind, what comes to your mind when you wake up each day? As you are waking up like this and your eyes is just opening, like what do come to your mind each morning or most mornings? Like, is it the thought, oh, I have to do this and that? What is in the to-do list today? What comes to your mind? We have to know. Then what predominates your mind each day? As soon as you wake up, what predominates your mind, what you think about, even when you are eating, when you're in the bedroom, when you're in the toilet, when you're outside, what predominates your mind each day? And lastly, what settles in your mind before you sleep? What is that last thing you usually think about before sleeping? Like whatever it is it the activity of the day? Is it a particular thing, or are you intentional about thinking about something before sleeping, or anything? So I believe that those things have been attended to. So those are the assessment we are going to do for now, which represent some of the gates we have. Now, I'm going to be talking, I have limited time, but there's a lot to say, but there's a phrase that says a word is enough for the wise. And I'm going to be sincere with you that situation is in life, if it's going to wake you up, if you are not awake by now, situations of life is going to wake you up. So it's better you wake yourself before situations wake you up. So that is why we keep emphasizing on intentionality and assessing yourself. Your emotion is paramount. Your own well-being, your happiness is most paramount. So what are hindrances to emotional wellness? Some of the things, we've done assessment, it's about the past. Our emotional wellness is usually punctured by the prick of the past, and which presents itself in the present and in the future. What do I mean? Subjective imagination or interpretation. A new day has come. A new day has come. New things will come. New objects will come up. New people, new things. It may be the same thing, but then the interpretation and the imagination we already have in our mind is going to reflect in how we see today, in how we see things, in how we see tomorrow. For instance, if you're meeting somebody for the first time and the person's name is Emeka, and maybe in the past you have met one Emeka that did you bad. So you have attached Emeka to a particular event, to a particular scenario. So any other Emeka that comes up, you subject that Emeka to that event. And then if the event is an unfortunate one, then you begin to think, and along that, you continue that negative pattern with the new thing, with the new person, with the new Emeka. Those are some of the hindrances to our emotional wellness, bringing the past to the present. It may be the past success, it may be the past failure. Maybe when we were secondary school, there was a way we used to read and it worked well for us and we passed. But now you are in higher institution, or you are advancing in your education, and you think the method that was used for the past success is going to work for the future um, um, goal or things you are embarking on. What I'm saying is subjective imagination, some subjective interpretation that we have that will bring into the new day, into new event. Those are some of the things that that causes hindrance to our emotional wellness. And because all these things, they set up some expectations. For instance, if you are going for a party, you are invited to a friend's party, your mind begin to run. What's going to happen? Or maybe when my friend meets me, she's going to give me a hug first. Or if she doesn't give me a hug, all those expectations will just begin to crop up. How will they compliment my look? Where will I sit? You begin to have some expectations due to some past and subjective imaginations that we have. Then also objective imaginations. For instance, some objects might might have we might have attached some object to some things. It may be a place, it may be a location. Like maybe we've had some experiences of, maybe for instance, hospital. Some people might not want to go to hospital because of the past scenario. Some husband will say, oh, I don't like going to hospital because they've had something and their wife need their presence in the hospital, but because of the past, they are bringing the past into the future or into the present, which is going to affect the present, giving objective imagination or interpretation. Or it might be anything, just picking an object because of past experience and putting a label on it and thinking that label is 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 um is the truth about that thing. So these are the things. All these things I'm talking about, it is from inside of you. For instance, you see somebody who is dark in complexion, or who looks like somebody you know before, and then I know most of us can relate with all of these things I'm talking about. I am not exempted in all of this, but like I said, we are work in progress. So bringing the past into the present and into our future, there are some of the hindrances that affect our emotional well-being. Assumption. So I'm going to continue. Now, another test which is going to buttress what I just said. And I'm going to ask some of us to tell me what you you note down. Now, you can see some words on my screen, and I need you to write your own interpretation of those words. I don't want you to define those words. Just write what comes to your mind as soon as you hear these words. Friend. For some people, immediately I say friends, Kemi will come to your mind. I hope you get my point. Yeah, so I'm not saying you should define what friend is. No. Immediately you hear these words that I'm going to mention, please write what comes to your mind immediately. So that is going to buttress the point of the subjective and the objective meaning that we give to things. Now, the first one I'm going to mention is friend. So when I say friend, please, what comes to your mind immediately? Write it down now. The second one is school. School. Once somebody says school, what comes to your mind? No definition. I'm not saying you should define school. What comes to your mind when you hear school? Immediately, what comes to your mind? Okay, so the next one I'm going to, please don't mind my the font. I don't know why it was like this. Blog group. Now, when you hear blog group, what comes to your mind immediately? Whatever it is, just feel free to write it. Then the next one is father. When you hear the word father, what comes to your mind? And lastly, farm. Farm. When you hear the word farm, what comes to your mind? So quickly, I just want to give someone 1 minute. Someone who is bold enough to share with us what he or she has penned down as what comes to his or her mind concerning these words. Anybody? Okay, goodness Odo, please go on. Goodness, do you want to speak? Please unmute and speak if you want to. Um,
Goodness, you can unmute. I think people have permissions to do that.
Unmute and speak, please.
Please, okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. Actually, I've been trying to unmute myself, but I don't be working. Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, so when I think of friends, God's baby comes to mind. God's baby, a friend of mine. When I think of school, can you hear me?
Please, can you speak louder?
Okay, I say when I think of friends, God's baby comes to mind. A friend of mine. Oh, God's baby. Then school, UNN comes to mind. Blood group, A comes to mind. A comes to mind. Father, dad popped up, like dad. Then farm, tomato. I don't know why, but tomato came.
Okay. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Is there anyone, Amaria, do you want to share? Like
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Amaria, do you want to share something?
Yes, I want to. Can you hear me? Good
Yes,
morning.
go on.
Yes,
Yeah.
goodness, please mute. Amaria, please hold on. Let me mute this person.
Um,
You can go on.
okay, good morning. So when I think of friend, else she comes to mind. Yeah. Then blood group, the first thing that comes to mind for me is O positive. For father, the first thing that comes to mind is God, maybe because I've lost my dad. And then when I think of school, the first thing that comes to mind is Ignatius Ajuro University. That's where I'm currently doing my master. So I think that's why it came to mind. And then when I think of farm, the first thing that comes to mind is lemon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ebere, let's just give the last person, Ebere Chuko. Thank
Okay,
you.
so
Yeah.
good morning, everyone. So for when I think of friend, IJ comes to mind. Then school, the first thing that comes to mind is university, blood group. I'm thinking of a genotype. Then father, daddy, or God, and God, both of them. When I think of farm, I'm imagining our garden.
Okay. Okay, thank you so very much. Please give a round of applause for yourself. So I thank you so much for sharing and everything. And I believe that you can see the variation and differences in our responses, and we can see the reflection of the past and the present reflecting in all those words. And like I said, our emotion is a lot. It's not something we can capture within 30 minutes. But I just want to use this opportunity for us to assess some realities that happen in our life, that this thing I'm giving interpretation to, is the interpretation the truth? Is it the reality in the real sense, or it is my own interpretation? So we will go on. Yes, I'm just going to, we are moving towards almost the end. There's a word that says, except you become like little children. Who can complete it for me? If you know that word, maybe you'll get a gift from the host today. Except you become a little children or like little children. Who
You
can
cannot
complete
inherit
that word?
the kingdom of God.
You said?
You cannot inherit the kingdom of God.
Oh wow, I think that's a very chuku. You must have a gift. Host, you have someone to gift this morning. Yeah, you cannot inherit the kingdom of God. That is where the phrase is coming from. I'm going to take, I want us to reflect on when we were children, or if we have children around us, and see how they live and how they behave in terms of emotion. I don't mean in approach to life and some other serious area of life. In terms of their emotion, how do children process thoughts? How do they see things? The truth of the matter is, as much as life lays demand on us as adults, there's a part of us that should remain as a child, our emotion. Either you are a male or a female, there is that part of us that should remain as a child. Um, you may want to ask the question, why are there less chaos among children? Where children are, do you find some people segregating themselves? Do you find them fighting? Do you find so much chaotic noise? Do you find anger? Do you find malice and some other vices? Do you find it around? I'm sure the answer will be no. Why are all these things, or why are children atmosphere usually healthy? Some of the reason is because their gates are usually protected and nurtured. Remember, we did assessment on our gates, their eyes. Parents are careful on what children's eyes see. Not only parents, any carer around children. They don't expose children to deadly, bloody, um, anything sexual, illicit sex, dirty things. Children's gates are usually protected and nurtured. So, and if you want to protect your emotion, you want to protect your gates, your life, you have to protect yourself and nurture yourself. Children's mouths are nurtured. Their food are well prepared under normal circumstances anyway. They are usually given the best. Are you giving yourself the best? What do you hear? What do you see? Children, we are in the age of screen, and however, children, for parents who know the worth of children, there's a way they put a time to the screen time, we call it screen time, to what children can watch and what time they could watch it. They don't give them phone all day. If you want to become like a child, you have to be like that. You have to protect yourself. You have to protect your eyes. You don't have to strain your eyes and look all day. You let your eyes rest and thereby guard what goes into your heart, your eyes, and nurture it. This is very, very important. And what are other things that make children emotion clean and free and beautiful? What they are fond of doing. When children wake up each day, after bathing, after eating, they are being nurtured. The next thing is to look for one sweet cartoon or a book with colorful things, with colorful picture, looking for something beautiful to lay their hands on, maybe art, to build something, to create something, always looking for something creative and beautiful to do. And that's why they watch cartoon. They love music a lot. Every soul should love music anyway. So children love music. So when you reflect back, what are the things that gives me peace, that gives me joy, that just put me in that atmosphere of calmness? And if you notice with children, they usually have a very short line of processing events. If they are going for, if you say, Junior, we are going for a birthday party, they are not thinking about what is going to happen in that birthday party. They are just excited to go. If there is traffic on the way, they don't care. They are just excited. They want to go. They don't start to get angry with, with the bus driver or the taxi driver or the Uber driver. They are just in their own world, in their moment. They don't have a long processing things, keeping their mind so worked up, thinking and thinking and thinking of what is true, and most of the time what is not true. So they have very short line of processing things. And like I said, they do not really have subjective imaginations like, this birthday I'm going to attend, this birthday party I'm going to attend. I don't know if it's going to be like the past birthday party I attended or the wedding party I attended. You understand what I'm saying? So these are the things that help children to be to maintain some form of emotional stability, so that when issues come up, so there are some things you see on social media and all these people doing prank, very dangerous and ungodly things. Prank is a lie. I don't, but sometimes it just crops up and you see some things, and then the adult is running, but but the child is waiting. Maybe there's a child in the picture, and the child is just waiting. What is happening? Why the adult has taken to his or her heel? Because children's mind are being nurtured. They are clean. Their mind is clean. So if you want to be like little children, you have to do what they do. You have to see what they see. You have to hear what they hear. There was a woman I met some time ago. She said she was battling with high blood pressure. She had a lot of stress in her life, family and stuff, and maybe children. And I think I noticed she was watching cartoon. This woman is over 50. And then she always smile most of the time. And then I was asking her, why do you like cartoon or something? She said, that's what gives her peace of mind. I picked that from her. I said, these are people who love their life. They don't sit to watch African or American magic, whatever magic it is. They don't sit to watch, negative, untold story, and so on and so forth. But because of her past experience of battling with stress and so emotional deadness, so she woke up to do what will help her. So if we want to grow, if you want to have emotional stability, my dear friends, except you become like little children, it might be so hard for us to have those emotional stability. And in my process of talking, you must have heard one or two things. I'm just going to be fast so that I don't waste time. What are the things that can enhance our emotion? Healthy music. We have assessed what we hear each day. If we leave our 5 gates to chance each day, it's not going to work. It's not going to help us. We have to be like our host we always say, intentional. When I wake up each day, what do I want to hear? What do I want to see? You want to see a beautiful picture each day, Abby? Go and buy a wallpaper and paste it somewhere, or buy a frame, something that will give you a soothing, calming picture or sound when you wake up each day, if you don't have it yet. So healthy music is good. Not that when you are sad, some things might happen and it makes you sad, and then you go look for some music that will promote the sadness, depressive music. I was surprised somebody mentioned, yeah, we used to work with clients and you hear a lot from clients, and the clients mentioned some music that he or she was hearing, depressive music. I said, oh really, what's that called? I went to check online and I saw some music with millions of views. I said, what? People are listening to this to be more depressed, they are looking for a depressor or something to help them massage their depression and their sadness. No. Listening to healthy music, even if you don't feel like, not only when you are happy that you dance or this thing, even when you are not happy. If you don't want to listen to music at a particular time, not all the time, it's okay. But make sure you are intentional about feeding yourself, because something must, either you do it or not, something is going into your gates, something is entering. So you have to be intentional to put a lock or an open key to your gate. So healthy sight is good. It will help you. If things that you are seeing are not helping you and you can't change the environment for now for one reason or the other, put some things that can help you to see some things that are healthy, like buying a wall frame, a wallpaper, or anything that can enhance you seeing good things. Then healthy books. We all know these things. But if you don't do it now, life will wake you up. And I hope it will not be so late. Healthy food is important. Eat healthy. Eating late in the night, for some people, it might not work. Not eating fruits, not eating vegetable, not taking a lot of water. Your body is going to request for it if you don't. Healthy confessions. What do you say to yourself each day? You can see on my screen, overtly or covertly. For some of us who are Christians, and if you are not a Christian yet, I would encourage you. I don't mean Christian by just Christian. If you're a child of God, that is what I mean. There is level in this journey of life. And one of the things that brings success in our relationship with God as a child of God is healthy confession. If you, as a child of God, your mouth is shut throughout the day and you don't have a word of God that you put in your mouth, that you say maybe for 1 hour or 30 minutes each day, my dear sister and brother, you are still at the low level. If you need help, what part of the scripture talks about help? You put that word in your mouth and say it out. Maybe when you're bathing or when you're still at home, you don't want to say it out and people are thinking you're talking to yourself. And if you want to say it, you don't care, please go ahead. But you have to put some healthy confessions in your mouth. And if you're in an environment that is not permissive for you to say some things out, you can say it in your mind. I'm still going to that. Intentionally saying some things in your mind that are healthy. You are in the taxi, you are on the way, you are on the road. You are not leaving your mind to chance. That when I see things, I will think your mind is just open to anything. It is very, very dangerous, I tell you. But when you have something that, okay, today, what I'm going to think about is, in the beginning, God created heaven and earth. And you are saying it in your mind. Nobody is seeing your mouth outside, but you are saying it in your mind. It's going to block your mind against some negativity that should come inside, even if you are not looking forward to anything. I mean, maybe you are not looking forward to a breakthrough or a blessing, so to say. Healthy confession is one of the major things that help you grow and that shuts your mind from thinking negativity, from thinking what you should not think about, so that your emotional life is guarded. And also having a healthy guide. After school, after institution, whatever thing, there is an institution that we cannot graduate from, and it's a lifelong learning school where you keep learning about respect, about love, about honesty, about integrity. Some of us, we get this lifelong schooling in church. If the society might not tell us the truth, but the church is telling us the truth. Having to love when the person does not even deserve love. You have to maintain your lifelong schooling so that your emotion will be well schooled and then you will know what to do at the right time. And also getting professional help. Like I said, things will happen. You need a shoulder to lean on. You need mentors. You need people around you. So getting professional help, I hope my time is up. I'm so sorry. Getting professional help is important. And in Mental Counseling Chamber, that is what we do. We are an organization. We have several counselors that work under us to attend to clients, and who are the individuals that we help. We help people maintain a happy life. If everything is going well now, all well and good, but you want to maintain that standard and grow on it. So you still need counseling. If you are tempted to do wrong, most people, a lot of us, everybody is tempted. Not a lot. Everybody is tempted. And when you share that temptation with somebody, especially this temptation to do wrong, the tendency to do it is going to reduce. But a lot of time we keep the temptation to ourselves. I can manage it, and let me not tell anybody. It's just happening. But when we share, when you are tempted to do wrong, it is time to talk to somebody that this thing I don't think is right, and it's just occurring to me. It's just occurring to me. It's time to seek for counseling. When you need to make vital decisions in life, like career, relationships, marriage, and so on and so forth, it's good to seek for help. Oh, hey, I am telling you the honest truth. And also, when you need peace of mind, you are troubled about something you know or you don't know, you need it. When you are going through emotional pain, fear, phobia, abuse, and so on and so forth, you need counseling. When you want a positive change in your life, we also work with individuals who are struggling with undesirable character like addiction. Someone who get angry easily, someone who battles with envy, someone who cheats or has multiple sexual partner, someone who often tell lies, someone who constantly takes what does not belong to him or her. I've taken time to break all this down, that if you or you know someone who needs all these services, we provide them and we are ready to help them. So your emotion is important. Please do well to guide it as much as possible. However, this is just a guide for how you can advance in maintaining emotional stability. If you want to reach us for more help, for more schooling, we are available. And so if you want to reach us, our website is just there, our contact and everything that you need to know is there. Mental Counseling Chamber at www.com. Remember, except to be like a little children, emotional stability might be at stake. Thank you for having me, and I wish you all the best.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so, so much, Dr. Precious. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That was really a blessing to us.
Thank you.
I learned so much, and I'm sure there are other persons who learned a lot from this session. Thank you so much. We are grateful. Does anyone have questions? We'll take questions for like 10 minutes and we'll move on to the next speaker. If you have any questions, you can just raise your hands up or you drop it in the chat. So Dr. Precious can just handle them before she. So. Any questions? Like, you can't say you don't have any questions with this powerful session.
I think one person's hand is up. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can't see the hands on my. Okay, can the
Oh,
person
okay.
just speak up? Maybe can just
Ebere,
unmute.
Okay.
Ebere, please unmute us.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Richard. Thank you. So my question, thank you, ma, for this session, is from the hindrances to emotional wellness, because I've experienced it sometime, especially with people, having experienced someone who hurt you in the past, and you just see someone that looks like that person, and it comes to mind. And maybe that person is not like that, though. but somehow you start looking out for that thing and miss out on this new person. So how do I get myself out of this hindrance now?
Thank you so much. Are you
Talk.
done? Sorry.
Yes, ma.
Okay,
That's
thank you so much, Ebere, for that question. I understand that when our emotion is being punctured, when something is punctured, sometimes it takes time for mending. So you need time. However, we don't mean just leaving your not a space of time like that. You need to refill yourself. Something has been punctured out of you, maybe trust due to that event. And so trust has drained out. So you need schooling to relearn trust back by consciously, you know, filling yourself with educative lessons on trust, whatever it is. It might be love. Maybe your love has been betrayed and then the love is no more there. You need to refill that tank of love. So it needs time, and then it needs schooling. It needs to be refilled. That means you need to be refilled so that you don't think that this person or that person. And I want to say that a lot of times it is not people that is our problem, it is our unpreparedness. For instance, you're going to a relationship and you are not well, you are not smart, for instance, as a lady, that this person, this guy, if you are not well schooled, that guys, the first thing they will come with is, this the sexual advance. But if you are a lady and you get enough information, you are smart enough, well, don't let him get you until you put ring in your hand publicly. And then whatever I wants to give, let him give. Take and save your head and save your body. If so, it is not the fact that the person is not really the problem, but it is our unpreparedness for issues of life, for events of life. So it's like the person is not the problem. I think it is me. I was not prepared enough. So now that it has happened, we are not blaming ourselves. Okay, let me go back and prepare myself by picking books on maybe healing, on trust, so that you can refill yourself from what has been removed from you. Like I said, time and relearning and learning. I hope I was able to answer that.
yeah. Thank you, ma. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we'll take one more question before we move on to the next thing. Does anyone else have any question? Okay, so we'll move on to the next speaker.
Okay,
And the
thank you
next
so
speaker,
much for having me. I'm just going to unmute now. So, but if you have any other concern, if you're going through anything, please feel free to contact us. We can move from there. We don't have this platform. We don't have the whole time. Thank you so much, everybody. Bye.
thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma.
Okay, that session was a blessing to me. Like, it was a really big blessing. And I'll have to go back to that session. We're going to move on to the next speaker, and the next speaker's name is Oluwole Fasakin, and he will be handling the topic pivots, pause or proceed, harnessing technology to align purpose with productivity in business and career decision. He's a data-driven product leader and software engineer with 9 years of experience delivering digital products and analytics solution across edtech, logistics, agri-tech, and e-commerce platforms. He's an expert at converting complex data into strategic product decisions, leading cross-functional teams, and shipping secure. scalable web and mobile applications. He's known for lifting product adoption, optimizing go-to-market performance, and turning research into actionable insights. Oh, so let's welcome Mr. Oluwole Fasakin. You're welcome, sir.
I was wondering if the accolade is not too much because we're just all still growing. So good morning, everybody. I think it's still morning. It's 11:30 on the dot. It's a privilege to I think we're the only guy in the mix this morning, right? In the company of ladies. You guys have something good going for you. And it's pretty nice to be here. The speaker before me did a good job of telling us how to manage our lives generally, And that's very important because if you don't take part of the other parts or take care of the other part, there's nothing more that you can do, So I'll jump to it real quick so that I will not waste our time. This might sound, I would not allow it sound too technical. I would make it sound simple. And I will run through the slides real fast so that we can touch on some other things. So all the big topics that she said, I just narrowed it down to something simple of like that we can really relate with. So here we go. Financial management. Yes. So can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
All right. So I narrowed the whole thing down to the big question AI is forcing us to answer, right? That's the big question AI is forcing us to answer. And real quick, can you see my screen? Can you scan that thing? Let me also send the link as a message for those that may not be able to scan it. Let me send it as chat. So it's just a quick exercise. Scan it and then just do the exercises in it. Let me send the second link. There are 2 exercises we'll be doing so that when we get to that point, so we'll just run really quick. There's a second link. So those are the 2 links for, let's do the first one. I did the same links. Please, a moment, please. There should be different links. Share. Okay, so I think it's the link to the same set of questions. So has anybody started doing something? Okay. I'm getting your responses. Let me just share that one to you so that everybody can see it. I'm getting your responses. So From the responses I have, data analysis, coding, photography, content writing, writing services, photography, graphics design, customer services, some health jobs, some engineering, almost every part will be taught. Okay, that person is giving some nice updates. Interesting. Okay, so let's just go on. So the big question AI is forcing all of us to answer. From the responses we are having, we can see that quite from the days that we are living in. But before I go on, let me just juggle our minds a little, right? So some 10 years ago, there were guys that were releasing movies, right? And then we could go there and rent movies to watch. There were the people that you could go to them and say you want to make a phone call, and then you pay 20 naira, and then you make the phone call. There were the photo for 30 minutes. I think I that one action just now. I don't think there's anybody in this space that is doing all those things, right? You could almost do all of those things on your phone, right? So the things we are talking about is not something that is just happening. It has been the nature of mankind. Just imagine a world where there is no Facebook, there's no Google, there's no internet. What is as is the traditional post office system and all that? How livable without what be, right? So it's almost not practical. So the evolution keeps happening. The evolution keeps coming. The sad reality is, let me go to the next slide. We now have to. Yeah. So the correct reality is we now have to find a way to adapt, right? Find a way to adjust. Find a way to make sure that we are in line with what's going on in the world, right? I think this was where I have. Can you still see my screen, please? Okay. So, to some data points, Goldman Sachs has that 25% of work will be automatable by 2030. I kind of feel like that number is low, but let's just work with that. Another one says that 30% of workers' core skills will be expected to be transformed or become outdated by 2030. That's World Economic Forum that's giving us that information. Then McKinsey, that are big in consulting, says 14% of employees globally will need to switch occupations due to digitization, robotics, and AI advancement by 2030. I'm pretty much interested in that last statistics, right? Because sometimes people just, when you see statistics like 25%, 39%, 40%, it looks quite vague until you are able to pair it with something that is practical, something that you can say that this is what is going on in these spaces. What percentage of that 40%? For instance, if you wake up and hear that Facebook had retrenched 6,000 persons, right? Maybe Microsoft had dropped 11,000 persons, right? So, but we'll get to those things later. I just want to run through those information so that we'll not do a lot of time. So, what decisions matter when AI collapses old career paths overnight? Now, let me just plug it there and say something. I do a lot of coding. I write websites. I write web applications. I do data science. I code quite extensively, but since AI came, there were adjustments we had to make. And the truth about this age is that I don't know where everybody is in their career space right now in the career space, but there are people that will lose jobs. That one is not any surprise. There are some developers that will have to go out of jobs because, to start with, entry-level roles are gone, right? Companies are looking for mid-levels and senior developers. Now, a lot of things that you are trying to do as a startup, one of these big tech, we have it as a small feature on their product, right? So these are things that people have to come up with. I used to train data analysis and data science. Before they will come and just collect their money and eat it. These days when they come, I tell them, are you sure? Because the data analysis you want to learn in 6 months, you give your data to Google Collaboratory, or there's one Joseph AI like that, and it runs the whole thing in 5 minutes. And when I say 5 minutes, if it gets into error, it corrects itself and does the right thing. So if that's what you want to now pay 300, 500K to learn, they are already bought for competing against you. So the question now becomes, where do they get jobs? And some of us may be able to relate just that when many Nigerians were doing data entry courses. I was just laughing at them because I'm wondering, why would you pay money to go and do a data entry course? Why doesn't that was even before AI became a thing? I was like, does it even make sense? Yeah, learning data entry, I'm paying. Now, one finished, I was like, she now wants to get a job. I said, with which skill? He said data entry. I said, what? You know, so now people are now doing and if you look at the Nigerian space now, a lot of places are into virtual assistants role, content creation, AI, and I'm looking at them and I'm like, are you guys reading the times? Because if you have a demographics of, you know that in Nigeria, we don't have primary roles that much again. Everybody just wants something quick. I knew somebody and I had to cancel. I said, you can't shut down an entire science course and say you are doing UI UX. I understand that UI UX can pay pretty much, but you have a degree in a science course. With this science course, and it's a major science course, it can give you access to places. Why not try and get established in this and then take this one by the side? Because the UI you are trying to do, if we give AI stuff to do and give it pictures and all these things, it will give you fine designs. So the chances of you getting a job now in that space are reduced by, let's say, 70% compared to before, right? So it's just crazy. People are not learning those things. For someone like me now, I've told someone, I said there are some kind of things you will do. Just go and open a physical store. Let's people be playing, or go and open the game center, or people want to go outside more. I'm somebody that work remotely. I do a lot of art online. Sometimes I do 10, 15 hours in front of PC per day. I don't want another event that or another function, organization that brings me in front of the screen. So I probably want to go and play, socialize with people. So my mind is thinking, if you are thinking solutions, don't just think software. Think gatherings. Think, where can people hang out? What can they do? How can you engage people? What can bring people out to make them feel this is different, right? So the person that is smart right now, we begin to invest in that line of business because very soon you will be able to do everything by a lot of things by clicking a button. Somebody said AI will also get into medicine. The person is right because what Elon Musk is doing now is encroaching to that space already. So they will reduce too. And a lot of automation is happening in that space too, right? So that means that somebody has to think fast and think really good. One of the things that I'm doing in the tech space, let me use myself as an example, is that I'm working a lot towards data. I'm gathering data. I have close to 2,000 data that are records of data that I'm working with, primary data that I gather myself. I'm building a system that allows us to gather more data because in these days, I have to be able to give insights, right? And I'll do all of those things. The days are gone where you're waiting for somebody to bring 10 million, 20 million energy for you to reach. No, you have to think ahead of it. So how can I reach them? How can I make everybody pay a token for that same service? Because they won't need you again, practically, except, of course, some of us are still able to stay on jobs because our skills are pretty high end by the time AI came. But for people that are just certain, and even for those of us that are there, we cannot sit relaxed because we use the AIs, we know what AIs can do. So let me not waste time there. Let me just move on. So the new decision landscape is hard skills versus mental skills, or should I say soft skills, why productivity is no longer enough, right? You can't be proud in the fact that you are a hard worker today. there are people that are not doing, even without AIs or stuff, there are people that are not doing like 5% of what you're doing that are earning more, probably because they had pedigree or they had connection, or for some reason they have the advantage of a better environment. So that already tells us that it's not by how hard you work, right? So, and let me just digress a little. I think that's one of the issues I find in the corporate space is a lot of persons don't learn on the job, and that really pisses me off, right? People just get a job and they get there and they start playing around and think that is everything. And I'm like, what is wrong with you guys? Just study, right? So in today's world now, there are quite a number of ways to make money. If you're on Twitter, for instance, and you have a large number of followers, people are making money on Twitter every 2 weeks. Some of us that are not that social, I find it hard, but you get on Twitter, you pay 7,600 naira per month. That's if you pay monthly. And then if you have a minimum of 500 persons that are paying that same amount like you and engaging your post, Elon Musk pays you every 2 weeks. People are earning money on Twitter every 2 weeks, right? So there are people that are not waiting for a regular job. Just by being on the social media, they're earning money. People are doing TikTok live. I've gifted people stuff before just by joining their TikTok live. And I'll just see the team. You buy their roses. they charge you, you pay to your bank account. And when people now come, so when boomers and millennials, I'm a millennial, and they come and they say, you're wasting time on social media, that your life is not productive. I'm like, do you get saying some people are too money just by social media? You know, what is the qualification of someone like Ella? Well, the guy is just by knowing how to use TikTok, right? And just acting funny, or should I say, you know, online. So times that we are in have shifted. A lot have changed. People have to think and reason, how fast can I move? And that reasoning has to be beyond, you know, there's something that happens to the millennial. And let me make this analogy. It's almost as if the millennial has a lot of disadvantage to deal with. Somebody said something and said, Gen Z are bad and this and that and that. And then millennials say have stability. I said, yes. I said, we millennials, we have some stability. I will not deny that. But to now say that Gen Z are all bad, it's I don't know how to say it, is should I say begging some sort of interpretation? Because I found myself in a space where I wanted to do something. And you know the way we grew up, university, maybe masters, get a job, settle down. Our mind had been programmed to follow like a particular projectile. But the Gen Z person is not like that. The baby is in 100 level, or the guy is in 200 level, and he knows that he can do his shares a particular way, enters TikTok, drop one video, he has 200,000 likes on that video or views. And then by the time he does that in 5 times, he does not know what it means to get a job, but there is 2 million in his account, right? So that stuff I was struggling to do. I just got somebody to do it, and I said, I need some number of contacts before this time. And she got it done. I was like, seriously? So I told the person, I said, there were Gen Z people that are very fast, or should I say they are right now. And I think that one of the skill I've seen in leadership, especially in some pastors, is they have found wisdom in how to merge the strength of millennials and Gen Z together. So they have the balance of these guys that are careful to do things, but they also have the speed of these guys that when these other people are done, these guys can fly. We have to think at that level right now, right? So, and I tell people, because I do brand strategy, so I said, if you have a product, you can decide to sell this thing and say, you will sell it in 3 weeks, or let's say in 3 years. If you're selling this thing for 50,000 naira, you can decide that your break even is 2 million. You want to make this money in 3 years, right? It's your decision. But you can also decide that, you know what, I don't have 3 years. I only have 3 months. There are things you can do that will make you make that same money in 3 months, and you are done. But people don't have this kind of information. So a lot of persons, some persons are in a situation where they have serious issues with what some of us call maybe identity crisis or midlife crisis, yes. And then they don't know how to get out of it. And the reason they don't know how to get out of it is not because the issue is so strong, it's just because their mind has been shaped in a particular way that they are not able to think outside that thing. So as long as they are taking solution, some persons, their finest answer or solution to anything is maybe after they fast and pray, and then they do all the things they know to do. Then they are waiting, God should do something now. But they are not able to understand that in the midst of that, okay, let me just do that digression. In the midst of that fasting and prayer, God can also give them instruction that, you know what, do this thing. So let me share one instance. There was a time that I wanted to do something, and I knew I had to move. So I used the last money in my account to go do a photo shoot. And I did that photo shoot. And I did some branding, did some photo shoots, and I posted online. And then from posting that in online, it was like the last money. I'd not even bought food. From posting that in online, somebody just saw the post. I was like, oh, you take this course, it's great. Oh, yeah, let me start paying. And before you know it, I got a student that paid for 2 months. I was like, oh, really? And I'd had cases like that. When I was planning an event this year, there were cases where we get to a junction, and I was like, I needed money for this thing. And then in my mind, I was like, money is a defense, but wisdom is a defense too. But the other thing is that wisdom is higher than money, right? So I didn't have the money, but I had wisdom. And when I'm like that, I'm usually very quiet. I just stay quiet and go silent. And then I just had a suggestion: do this, do that, do that. And I told a friend, I was like, okay, I'm planning this thing. I was like, create this thing, send us the link. Before I know it, I think these were done, people played into it, right? So they have wisdom for things. And I learned that thing over time. And again, a digression. If you study scriptures and you look at the life of Jesus, for instance, there was never a time where he was at a dead end. There was always something to do. So some of us are used to hearing things like, I wait for your time. It's not your turn. God is coming through for you. I'm not saying it's bad, it's good, but I also noticed that when they said Jesus should turn water to wine, he told his mother, he said, it was not my time, but he still did it, right? So with him, there are no limitations. He only learns how to restrict himself. I'm saying that to say that somebody somewhere is trusting God for, let's say, 5 million, 10 million, and the person is thinking, maybe I need one big deal, maybe I need one big miracle, maybe I need something to happen. But there is something you can do. It's just information. You just don't have access to it, right? I'd like to tell myself that over and over. It's just information. The skill set you have, let's say you are looking for the next job that will put you on top of this current world that we are in, because it's very digital right now. Let's say it's 50 million naira. Have you sat down to ask yourself, do I have the skill set today to get this 50 million naira? Okay, I have it. Okay, so what is the problem? Why am I not getting it? So that's some gap. Is it people that need to fill the gap? Sometimes we need to really think, who is my friend that I can tell about this problem I can solve, that I know could have connection? Some places are somewhere now talking about your skills and the things you have, and they really need that service, and they are paying someone for it now. You are just not in that conversation. If you're looking for that kind of thing, not because you're not good enough, but because someone that has the connect to that does not know that there is someone like this who can do this and that, right? Are you seeing how we are simplifying problems now, right? So then we now came to the point where I said it's time to pivot. Let me try and send the next quiz for us to solve. Sorry, let me try and for us to solve, if I can get it. Just a moment, because I will just move on, whether that comes or not. So I said it's time to pivot, it's time to pause, it's time to proceed. Now, let me say this about myself. I assume that we are all Christians here, and it's for most persons, when they get in a fix or a situation, we are used to agitating. Many of us do. Sometimes we still get we find ourselves doing that, and I'm not saying it's wrong, right? But when you agitate like that, you discover that when you now move into solutions, you are in panic mode. At that point, you just want it to be done. You are not exactly seeing the problem. You are not exactly seeing the challenge. So how do we provide a solution that works, right? So you find people that let's just say there are things you are trying to get to. Where is your own part in this whole thing? At what gap do you feel? So what I learned to do is that whenever I have a situation, and in software development, that's what we do. I've been trying to fix a bug for some days and it didn't work. And I just told myself, I said, you have not defined the workflow for this thing. You are just coding because you can code. So I sat down, left the PC and picked a pen. This is the workflow. When somebody's signing, they comes in as a buyer, then they can now register, comes in as a seller, then they can now do this, then subscribe. You know those lines. I have to sit down and define it. This is how this thing is going to go, right? So some persons have to sit down. This is also the challenge I have with some people. Some people finish from school, university, and then they hop on a job. The job is paying them 30K, 50K, 70K. And then they are hustling. And then they are trying to do the job. And then what is the problem? I have to pay bills. And then they do that job 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. I'm like, what is your problem? Sit down. Can you withdraw? Because this is life. And the funny thing is that when you start a job like that and you do it for a while, it defines your experience. It defines your outlook on life. So your mind is practically shut down to even think that you can earn 700K, a million naira on a job, right? So what I did, for me, I'm telling you what I did. I worked on a while. The job was paying me 80K. And I looked at myself, walking up and down, doing stuff. And I just shut down. I withdrew from the job. Stayed in my house. I had a good company to that time. Learned coding and everything for like 4 years. Studied engineering, but I still learned coding. Graphics. I binge learn. And when I say I don't have time to say I'm learning for. Let me just jump to something I wrote. Let me see if yes, I skipped to this point where I said practical framework, short term 0 to 6 months, mid term 6 to 18 months, long term 2 to 5 years. There are people that when they want to learn, they can sit down and do, let's say, they are learning this course for 5 years. I don't have that time. I don't have that time to be saying I'm learning the program. When I was reading a language like PHP, I learned PHP in like 2 weeks. I learned Python in a week or something because I'd been doing some other programming languages. So if I want to do things, and that's how to use AI too. And this was even before AI came. So if you want to do things, we need to learn to accelerate learning. So if I want to learn something, I just box myself into that thing. I begin to learn it. Of recent, as I picked Spanish and I started learning Spanish, I just binge learn. That's what I do. If I want to think fast. I don't have time for you read 1 hour, then tomorrow you now read another 1 hour. How many 1 hour do you want to read? So person's advice is time is good, 30 days, 90 days. Me, I don't have that time because life is speed where before you finish learning 1 hour of a book in 6 months, another technology is out that you don't know, right? So what I do is that if I want to learn something, I sit down and binge. And that's the way I watch seasonal movies. It's also why I don't watch a lot of it. I don't have time to say you watch 13 minutes today, 13 minutes tomorrow. When they released Legend of the Seeker, I watched the entire season 1 in 2 days. So, and that's a big waste of time. I watched Game of Thrones from season 1 to season 4, I think in 2 weeks or 1 week. So the way my life is I binge things. If I want to do anything at all, I sit down once and I just run over it. So the spaces that some people are in that they don't understand is that you don't have the time we think we have, right? If there is something you want to grasp, find materials, go on YouTube, find videos, go on AIs, pro those things to give information, sit down and binge on those things. Practice, practice, and practice. For the first few days, you will not get it. Again, the way I learn these things is that I flood my mind with a lot of information. Whenever I want to binge, for example, I flood my mind with a lot of information for let's say the first 3 days. I don't have to understand it, just becoming, right? What I'm trying to tell myself is that I want to tell myself that I've seen this thing before somewhere. So it just settles in your mind. Then after some time, you begin to pick it, then you now go over it. Before you know it, 3, 4, 5 weeks, you have learned a lot. But we have different learning styles. So let me just go back to where I was before so that I will not run ahead of myself. So Grace, how do you maintain well-being when relevance, let me move this thing from here. How do you maintain well-being? How do you maintain well-being when relevance requires reinvention? I won't go much on that. The last speaker goes a lot on that, right? Again, the keyword where I will just speak here is reinvention. A lot of us have to be reborn, right? You have to reinvent yourself. You have to just go back in and bring yourself back out again. It's very important. One of the things that some people may have to do to reinvent themselves is maybe take media seriously. I think that was what the convener was saying in the early days, that you may have to take social media seriously. I know somebody now, she attends the same church with us, we stay in the same compound. She grew one YouTube page to 100,000 subscribers. She has grown another one to 10,000 subscribers in the space of 3 months. And I asked her, I said, how do you do these things? Even me, I don't know how to do it like this. And she was like, I use this AI tool. So this person can't code, this person don't have all the education we think we have, but she understands how to use tools. And then what she do is sometimes she just goes and puts scriptural verses, puts it there. And when you reach that kind of particular followers, YouTube monetizes your page. And she has done it over and over again. She's training people, she's doing those things, and those things are going on, right? So someone is somewhere praying, bothered, worried that some things are not happening, but there's someone else that just understands how the system works. Now, have I said it's wrong to pray? No. It's just, but I've also discovered that a lot of persons, by the time they pray like that, in your mind, you outsource it to God. And then there are things you have to do that you have not done. So yeah, there are times you have to reinvent yourself and work with the tools fast before you do the next thing. And let me just bounce. So there's the psychology weight of the AI age. It's overwhelming. It's identity crisis. It's fear of irrelevance. It's constant learning fatigue. And this is quite interesting because AI will tell you what you are. If you really study this for a while, you can ask. I've heard of somebody that told ChatGPT to reflect himself as guide to her, and the thing brought the image of a Baphomet. And they were like, no, ChatGPT is Satan. No, I said it's what you are doing. And I asked you to do the same. I brought the competitive advantage, nervous system regulation, collaboration. Pick a book, please. Let me just pick a book. So this is a book by Bill Gates, right? This book is Business at the Speed of Thought. When I resigned my job, that job I said I left that time, and I learned coding for 4 years. This was one of the books I bought. Business at the Speed of Thought. This book already prophesied this AI age we are in, and it was talking about digital nervous system. The digital nervous system means that information moves at speed. There are some companies that if marketing says, we feel like we need to sell this product and market this particular product now, the marketing person will now have to tell his own orga. After she has done that, then she will now have to connect the TSM or something. That will now have to connect the CEO. Then all of that information before it comes back. 2 weeks is gone. In that 2 weeks, your computer has done something else. So in this book, Bill Gates solve those kind of problems, and that's some of the ideas behind Microsoft's solutions. Where if you're thinking of an idea, you can plug it immediately, and then your line manager sees it and gets back to you, and then you are running with it. So they are doing business as you're thinking it, you are doing it. You don't even have time to say, okay, let me wait, let me try, let me do this thing. No, as the thought is coming, like what Nike just says, just do it. So I think a lot of persons to get this book. I read it. It's still very good. I think I bought it 2016 or something, or 2017. Yes. But it's still very rich. Digital Avon system. There are some companies where you file your documents, maybe in some of our offices. The file system, the file system is logged from here, like it's encyclopedia or something. And then you're wondering why you are not selling, right? You're wondering why profiting is not happening. Why? Because you don't have information. You don't have data. The information you need is not in hand. And I have somebody I trained like that, and I told her, I said, can you tell your CEO what happens when somebody has relocated from your city, or somebody have not patronized you guys for 6 months, 1 year? How do you know that? But if you have the information digitized, it tells you that, right? So these are things that people need to begin to take into attention. And if some of you work with companies where they have those kind of crude systems, and you know that they have money to drive it, that could be your promotion. Just do a proposal and tell them, can we digitize these things? You will be shocked at the insight you receive from working like that. So how do you choose your next move when the future is unstable and unpredictable? Right now, to a lot of persons, this is what their experience is. They are in a bleak mood, and I kind of feel like, because I'm somebody that interacts with my peers quite frequently, there are people that are in this state, especially if you're in Nigeria, you have not japa, you don't have maybe the hope of a job or something like that, and then you're wondering, what is the next thing to do? How do I make money? How do I make? In fact, let me give you a practical example. I knew a guy that came around of recent, and this guy is probably 30, he's smoking, he's drinking, he's doing all devices you could think of, he's peeping the window to look at babes and all of that. He does not have the job he has that is paying him. He cannot stay on that job because he feels the money is small. In his mind now, all he wants is that his boss will bring on big money for him to trade. And when he now trades that money, he now have big money to marry the babe that he has. And then after that, he now live a big life. I just called his friend. I said, this guy is not going to make any money. Right? And he still said, he called him and he's like, when are you going to bring that money? I said, it's not your money now. When you trade with this money, how many times do you think you would trade before you make gains to pay back the person that gave you the money to trade before you can now make your own gains? So I'm like, the way this guy is going now, he's even confused about the whole thing. But as he's seeing trading, seeing AI, seeing bots, I told him, I said, I can write bots to deploy for trading. He was like, yes, I just looked at him. I said, tell him he's wasting his time. He won't make something serious. Now look at him now, at that particular age. Because at his age, the money that is coming for him feels too small. He can't stay on that job, right? He's now looking to build on Cloud9 and do these big things. And it's also not in that game, because the money you even want to trade with is not your money, right? So many persons are here. They are confused about life. They are wondering how many months they have to work to even make good money to sustain their homes. They are wondering, and these are serious existential issues. I'm not even making light of it. Now, how do we solve these things? These are things that takes more than a day to discuss. And let me just digress here. When I said you could decide to sell this thing and make your break even in 3 years, you can also decide to sell this thing and make your break even in 3 months. There are methods to do these things. Some of us that are also Christian here will have followed ministries like Redeem when they do their programs like Reach for Christ, 80 days, 60 days, 100. So there was somebody we knew who was a very good brother of ours. He does music and everything. And he struggles to even make 30K on a deal. right? And then my sister hopped on his team and she started managing him. And then she was like, when they call you, I will handle it. And then after some time going back and forth, she just called me and she was like, let's do something. We did the first year. Then the second year, we were like three. We just hopped on the thing. My brother, my sister. We're like, this person has. You can sell. And he plays really crazy. Like he plays brilliantly. You can play, right? So let's run an event for you. The last event he did the event at a church. I said, this time, don't use church. Find a cultural center in town. Go and use that center. Because that tells everybody that is also not a Christian that you are doing something they can connect to. So do that event. He was saying people should not pay. I said, no, an event should fund itself. So let people register and buy teas. That way, they are doing something for themselves. They don't feel like they are doing it for you. But from buying teas, you need 2K, 3K, right? And then we planned the whole thing. There was a way he does his hair. It was low. He said, no, have your full hair, dress like a sage. And we did all of those branding. Now, these are things that they do for musicians and people don't know about. When you see Portable or these guys release one music and then the thing is blowing, there's background what they do. And then we're like, let's do this thing for you. 80 days, we ran the stuff for him. And when we were done, he could not use it because he didn't know the value too much. The people that came to his events began to sell with it. And he was like, these guys are selling my event and they said they're my friends. I said, that's the word of business. We gave you don't know how to use, so they are selling. But despite that, somebody that on the deal before, right now, there is the one that produced the music for that movie. And they have done some of that music, is signing deals in millions now. Why? Because from the media strategy we did on this page for 80 days, and the adverts, I was the one that played hard on Meta Ads, and with 20K, we got 199 persons to register because we are trained the algorithm. So there's a science to this, right? Somebody that's in the space of 2 years now, he has moved from 2K, debt, all kinds of things, to now signing deals in millions, dropping stuff in movies and everything. So when we tell people, I said there's a method to learn it to stuff, there's a science to it. People don't just sit down to learn it. What they do is they go on Facebook, they press 1, 2, 1. And I tell people, I said, Facebook has the solution to make you a billionaire, or let me say a millionaire, in 1 month. But they tweak that algorithm so that it will not be easy for you, right? But if you stay around for a while, you will see how that works. But people don't learn too much. But let me not waste too much time because we have to move on. So the future-proofing model, the anti-fragile professional, continuous reinvention cycles, building systems, not goals, design a purpose forward path. Now, let me just take this one by one. Anti-fragile professional. See, you have to be tough. I told somebody, I said, life is not going to get easier. That somebody made a post tweet this morning and said, I just want a world where I won't work so much for things and it just comes and I just rest. Is going to happen, but it won't happen by you being softer. Life will not get easier. You have to get tougher. After I did my last event, I thought I was going to rest. Somebody had called me to sponsor on that event. Then there's a call that we are building a project in the house. Then there is a solution I have to build that I'm now hosting. And then I'm thinking of some other things to buy. The bills just keep coming. And my mind is thinking, okay, how do we generate this money in many folds, right? Because it's doable. So it's not going to get easier. It's going to get tougher and tougher and tougher. I did like the bulk of the night folding into the morning, into this event that we're having, right? Because you have to do a lot of work to cover up for some time. Then you get to the point where you have to do little work and make so much, right? Then that's one. Then there's continuous reinvention cycle. This is very important. One of the things I did since AI came was that I stopped training many. I tell people the truth, and I started building communities and driving things to people. The second thing I did was that I stopped expecting one big deal because you'll be delusional to be thinking like that. And I'm now growing a solution where every person can pay 5K, pay 10K, pay 15K. Why? That's how big tech functions. This month I've paid Twitter 7,600. I've paid Plot AI about 30,000 naira. I've paid I'm paying CapCut. I do about 2 AI subscriptions as I'm speaking to you. Because I'm like, if the tools are available, I need speed. This is not the time to say you want to prove strength or something. If there are tools that can do it, let's pay for it and get to speed, right? I'm paying CapCut because before now my system crashed. I'd gotten some, and I didn't get result at work. I can't give excuses. So I bought CapCut, and I was like, okay, this thing is 14K. I paid and I started doing it, and it gave me my. I just need to edit, right? So continuous reinvention cycles. It's not going to get easier. Tools to do it. If your system can't do it, your iPhone can do it. Your high-end Android can do it. Subscribe and do something. Building systems are not goals. I think there was one time in our church that pastors said something like this, and it was like capacity and competence. Some persons are competent. You are very competent. There's no doubt. But have you built capacity? Now, these are the ways to think. You might be skilled. Let's say you're selling dresses now, and then there's 30th December, you want to do opening or something like that. I want this is 15K. And then you are wondering, where do you get the money? The question is, what if 1,000 persons buys that dress, right? There are tools for that. Now, design a purpose forward path. So let me go a little on here, and then I think this is where we round up. That should be the end of what I'm doing here. So a purpose forward path. I told a group of friends I belonged to yesterday, and I told them, I said, the last 10 years, this part, let me just deviate into the scriptural part of it. And I said, the last 10 years, there was a release that came to the people of God. I actually saw it 3 times it came. And a lot of us wasted it. A lot of believers I know. I saw those things from my soul was wasted. In fact, not just wasting it, I saw God move those things and gave it to someone else. Like, you had a vision, you saw God saying, this thing I gave you, you messed it up, I'll give this person. And you are seeing the person do that same thing in real life, and you were in the midst of it, right? But in the last year, I began telling people, I said, there's a focus that's coming to Nigeria. And I saw that vision like 3 times. I said, I'm seeing this thing. And I was telling some of them. And in the past few months, Bill Gates had come to do stuff with our influencers. Elon Musk had made a tweet talking about fertility rates in Nigeria. Now Trump and the US are clamping down on terrorism and everything in Nigeria. And in my mind, I'm like, I've seen these things. I saw it at least 3 times. God, where do we stay? What is the next? So before you see people of the world begin to do things, God tell his people first. But we are too playful sometimes. And we feel like we don't know. But if you look at it, it's pretty much God told you, just didn't do anything. So designing a purpose forward path is, how do you forge ahead in the midst of these things? Sometimes you have to lean on your spiritual side too, because if you don't, the guys are following the devil. They are leaning on this side. So if you are think to a point and something is not opening, begin to meditate and pray and let your heart speak it. Why? Because there's a spirit in man. So yeah. So how to use AI for your growth partner? I think I dealt on that considerably. And then case studies. So this is where I will just start the questions so that I will not talk too much. You can just put it in the chat. Do you know an industry that has been disrupted by AI? Do you know a person? Well, it may not just be AI. Okay, more resilient using AIs. These are things you can just think about and put in the chat box or write in your notes. This is how to plan things, right? This is how to take things out of the spooky zone or out of the abstract zone and bring it to reality. Who have these things worked for? How can I adapt it to what I'm doing right now, right? Yeah. So I think I'm done with my presentation. I would relax here and try to entertain questions. But as we go on, this is not a side I don't know why it's loading this old one. But anyway, as we go on, she had read about my brand earlier. We have a community, Techurious, where we are growing people to just be more at what they do. And we are driving the tech culture. And then because of that, we're also building a business solution for brands. Our goal is the idea behind what we are doing is simple. There are creatives that are looking for jobs. And from my experience in the city, there are businesses that have the money that don't know what to do with it. Some businesses, I've seen businesses that spend tens of millions on ads and they're not making any money. And I know creatives that can get that result. So we start at the point where we are building that bridge to say, let's bring creatives and business owners together. Let's create that divide and all that. So yeah, that's what we are doing. If you have questions, please let me have the questions and I will take a pause here. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Some of us need to come to you for mentorship on this AI thing. Oh my God, thank you. Does anyone have questions? Please, if you have questions, I may not be able to see your hands lifted from my end. So if you have any question, just
Call their
unmute
names.
and ask him your question.
I'll call their names.
Okay,
If anybody
okay,
raises
thank
something.
you. Okay, thank you. So if you have any questions, please just speak up, because this AI topic, we can't avoid it. It is already here. It's in our faces. So if you have any question, ask. So
Goodness, please, you can speak.
okay.
Goodness, you can speak. Oh.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful section. It was so insightful. So I want to ask, you talked about building systems and not just goals, or like should build capacity and all that. So I want to throw more light on that. Like, how would one build systems and not goals, especially in this time that like that's just my question. Let me not go further than this. How would one build systems and not just goals?
Okay. Yeah, so how would one build systems and not just goals, right? Is somebody raising up the hand? Okay, good. So goals are what you pen down that you want to do, right? A lot of persons are like that. And because of someone like me that is in the tech space, for instance, I get to hear business ideas a lot. And usually when somebody tells me I want to build this app, sometimes two other persons have said that same thing, right? And realistically, if you look at what Nigeria is now, I told a friend of mine yesterday, I said, sometimes when we go to shop in the market, maybe you could do 100K and you buy what you want to buy, maybe your food stuff or something like that. And I'll tell the person, I said, this thing that we are eating for 1 week that you think you have money, by the time you bring a woman into your space, 2 days, this money has finished, right? Now, what will a young man do? You have to start thinking that the money you're making, that is making you feel like a big boy, by the time an extra load rests on it, you know that you're not making so much, right? So what are the things that you have to do? I put that build systems there because there are tools now that are available to make you do what you're planning to do for 6 months in 2 weeks, right? The question is, do you know those tools? Do you know that they are available for you? So can you harness those tools and just write the goals? And when it comes to goals, we have short term, we have long term, we have mid term. And like I said about myself, I don't try to waste time doing things. I just crash on it and binge on it, right? So create a network around. Now, let me say this to make it simpler. I think that one of the things that many people struggle with is money, right? And I was in that phase for a long time, money. And even when you get to Christian circles, for instance, when we talk about money, the conversation is kind of different. It's almost as if when you are praising God, it's this method. When you're believing God for healing, but when it comes to money, then everywhere is like, right? And then I sat down to simplify it. What is the money equation, right? The money equation is very simple. It's just you having something you can offer that many people know about. And what is the definition of demand? Something that people are willing and are able to buy, to pay for. Now, there's a spiritual component to it, which I will not go into now, which I think that quite a number of persons may not even know, besides their tithe and offering thing. Why you do that, I believe God gave that for the younger generation and the young people in faith. When you begin to grow in faith, you will understand why somebody like Mark Zuckerberg will give 90% into philanthropy. It's not just trying to be nice. There are things he's seeing as he's dealing with money that a lot of persons are not seeing. And if you have dealt with money at a level, you will know those things, right? So a way to simplify it is that you need 20 million, you need 50 million. There's a system to bring that in. Is that system in place, right? There's a value creation system. There's networking system. I call it nodes. There are people that need to know about that thing. There are tools to make it accessible. In fact, I told myself one thing sometime. I said, I cannot be this skilled and be broke. And it's the truth. If some people can step out of the religious scope, I just tell themselves some things. There is Facebook, there is YouTube, there is Instagram, there is TikTok, there is Twitter, there is AI, and then you are not a dull person, you are a smart person, right? You are living in the city. So the question is, why are you looking for money and then it's a headache and then you have been praying about it for 3 months? So that tells you that there is a missing component in that thing that is you, right? So have you created a system? And sometimes system is not just software. System could be an ecosystem. It could be a community. There are 3 things I think that every adult should have. Every young adult: community, family, and economy, right? For me, I take community serious and I take economy serious, because if you have good community and economy, it attracts to your space the kind of persons you should do a lifetime with. If you have a stupid community and a poor economy, it will also bring the kind of person you will do life with. So those 2 things. So I think every adult should be part of a functional community, not people that waste your time. Somebody made a tweet yesterday and said they are planning house party and gym party, and then the girls are not paying, and the person now said girls don't like to pay. And I had to reply them. I said, I don't know the kind of girls you guys are talking about, because I've been planning events in my life since maybe 2014 or something. I've done about 4 events or 5 in this city. Every single time I have those events, before I even say it, the first person is offering to pay and leave things are women. So where do you guys see the women that are not paying for your event? Why? Because you people are guys who are low value guys who go after the people that are naive. I don't know too much. The girls you have to move with 20K, 30K. So when you have this kind of space, the day you say you want to sell something, none of them is going to buy it. Because you yourself, you are not a serious person. And I told this is not a woman problem. I said this is a moment of truth for organizers, right? Because we have to experience. So these are things that people have to sit down to think about. How do I define my community? If your community, for instance, is everybody that is in your DM, this Christmas now, nobody is sending you Christmas gifts. All of them is coming to your DM to bill you. That is a very wrong circle. You are never going to do like that. It's not even a prayer point or pulse. Everybody is billing you, nobody is giving to you. It's wrong. It's totally wrong, right? So step out of that space, get in a better space. So have community, have a strong economy. Even if it's 5K you are making every day, let it be consistent. Find a way to make it consistent. Find a way to always talk about it. Find persons you can talk. My younger brother said that he said, sometimes when he wants to talk about gig, he will call the person. He's on a job that is paying him. He's doing designs for some churches in the US and some other things. And then he still jobs on other things. I will do that a lot. I was on a job yesterday. I was sending out invoices, sending out cost breakdown, some other people I want to hop on stuff with. Because the bills keep coming, the ideas you have to grow keep coming, and you don't have time to wait. So yeah, thank you.
Uncle Wale. Uncle Wale, please, you have a question in the chat box. Please help us respond quickly in 2 minutes to it. And it's 3 questions in one.
What is the question? Okay.
Have you seen it?
Okay, sure, I can. I have the slides. The person said, will you be able to retake this teaching without dropping any parts? Definitely. Then second, you seem to be a very fast learner. How does one who has gotten comfortable with their seemingly slow pace step up to become fast? Okay, let me read the third one first. That thing you said about not should be waiting for your time, but knowing that there is a way. That's a mindset. Can I adopt it? Definitely, you can. You either adopt it or you be forced to, because the times are not waiting. Then this other one, the learning part may not come easy, but it's something you have to do. Like I said, I gave 3 steps to it. The first thing I do is that I flood my mind with a lot of information. The way I do that is, if I find a topic that is interesting, I go on YouTube and find a video, maybe 3 hours, 4 hours video. I just watch it on repeat. By the time you watch it 3 times, your mind will keep some things. By the time you have done that, you cannot pick a book to skim through. You read faster that way. Or in my space, I do a project. There's AI tools for you. I can just go to Kaggle or anywhere, get the data, get information, and I say, crunch this thing for me. When it does that, you run it, it works. Now you can now do reverse engineering to learn it. So by the time you do those 2 steps, when you now start learning and learning, in my own case, it's me telling myself that I've seen this thing before, right? And then by the time you do that thing 4, 2, 3 times, your mind begins to upgrade and learn like that. But if that's not your way, you may do the 2 hours thing per day, 3 hours per day. For some of us, we have been doing these things for a while, so it's not part of us now. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Uncle Wole. Thank you. I think we've short our time.
So sorry.
How can they reach you? So probably you just leave that in the chat box or something.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Ria, over to you, please.
I'm here. Okay. Thank you so much, Uncle Ole. Thank you so much. There's something you said that I think it's also my take home is a scripture. You said there is a spirit in man, right? And the Almighty that gives us understanding. So all this AI revolution is not something God is unaware of. So if we can just sit with him, he would pour more light. He would shed more light on this. So thank you so much. And I also want to thank the hosts for putting these topics together. Thank you. IB, thank you so much. The first speaker talked about we protecting our minds like children, like the way children's parents protect the minds of their children. So we should protect our minds like that. That was one of the highlights for me in that session. And then the AI talk. Thank you so much. So we're gonna go to our next topic, the next speaker, and her name is Barrister Faith Endinya. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly, ma. I'm so sorry. So the topic she'll be treating on is investing in you, building financial well-being, wealth, and confidence as a woman. This is very important. And she is, Faith Endonya, as she would simply like to be called, is a legal practitioner with over 10 years at the bar and similar number of years in private practice. She has worked with her current law firm, Thomas Beckett Consulting, for over 8 years now, where she is currently a junior partner. During this time, she has acted as a nominee associate to an affiliate firm and is currently an affiliate partner in another law firm. While her legal training has equipped her for full legal service, her practice experience spans civil law practice, corporate law, regulatory compliance, and property law. She is increasingly focused on advising and preparing businesses for their regulatory environment and legal implications of business decisions as they grow, from ideas to registration and then transition, thanks to a master's obtained at BPP University, London, in transnational criminal justice in 2019, and other courses focused on compliance within the finance industry and other regulated enterprises. She's also building specialism in anti-money laundering and terrorism financing compliance. This, of course, does not impede her continuing foray into litigation and dispute resolution. She is a chartered mediator and associate member of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, and also a member of the Welfare Committee, MBA Port Harcourt branch. She serves in other committees in organizations poised to lift the less privileged in society and enthusiastically so. In her private life, she's an adventurous spirit with many passions, which had thrown her into exciting share lessons, insight, and tips her broad legal experience. She is a lover, loves to experience new places, and an unapologetic foodie. So let's welcome Barrister Faith. You're welcome, ma.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I learned a lot from the previous session. I feel like after listening to a lot about AI, I'm taking you back to the Middle Ages with my presentation, but it's kind of a, I would say, back to basics kind of presentation. So the topic is investing in you, and the focus is on your finances, building financial well-being, wealth, and confidence as a woman. So we'll talk about the financial aspect of it, and then we'll fit that in as to how that makes you confident as a woman. So, but as a lawyer, sometimes when we prepare documents or you're reading, let's say, legislation, laws, new acts, you either have at the beginning or at the end a synopsis of words or terms that are used throughout the act or throughout the contract, and they are defined. So I would like to define some of the words that might come up, or that when you're doing your research or finding out more about the finances, you would come across, so you know what they mean. And I've also tried to simplify them so that it doesn't seem like it's a big word in our head. So the main thing is investment, because we hear about that a lot. When you've made the money, all the millions from your reinvention of yourself, you branded yourself, you've made that money. What do you do with it? So people always advise investment is the thing that you should do. So what does investment actually mean? And it's in the case of financial investment, because that's what we are focusing on. It's putting money in an enterprise or a product to gain profits. So it could be a business, that's why I use the word enterprise, or it could be a product, which would be some of the other things I've mentioned here. And one such product is what we call securities. Now, securities are financial assets that represent value that you can trade, you can buy, you can sell. Bonds are debt-based securities, so they're like loans that you're the person loaning the money in return for interest, which is basically your profit on that investment. And equity is an ownership-based security, so you own something, and over time you're expecting it to bring profit back for you. And the share is a portion of ownership of the company. You can move to the next slide. So there's so many types of investments that are available now, and there are many ways you can group them. You can group them into tangible and intangible. So I've decided to group them into tangible and intangible. Tangible are investments that you can hold. People like to talk about real estate investment or land because you feel like you can see your land, you know what is happening there. It's something that you can touch and feel. You can put the structure there. Or gold or precious stones and metals are also a type of physical investment or tangible investment, because you can hold the gold physically, you can get the precious stone, it's part of your jewelry, or it's silver, which is a precious metal, or palladium or titanium. So all of these are tangible investments or tangible assets. And then not so common in our climb, we have artwork or historical artifacts. Maybe in a place like Lagos, artwork might be seen as a form of investment. But in mostly Europe and maybe US, you have people that prize artwork very seriously and very expensively. And the older it is, and depending on who did the artwork, who created the piece, it could get you a lot of money. So sometimes when we are with in an old house, in some of your old houses, you have certain artworks that maybe came from certain places at certain times in Nigeria or something, and you might think that they may not be worth anything. Don't be too quick to throw it away. Who knows who might want to buy it? So that's also a type of investment. Then a tangible investment. Then we have intangible ones, and we'll focus on the first line today. That's the securities, your bonds, your T-bills, that's treasury bills, commercial papers, your what we call REITs, which are real estate investments, funds, sorry. So all of those are the ones that are available on the capital markets, which we'll be focusing on today. I've put in crypto, NFTs, and digital assets, because we have a new act, the Investment and Securities Act, that is coming up, I think, 2025. It's not in full implementation now, but it's one of the acts that's come through the parliament or legislature during the year. There's a lot of changes that act is going to make into as to how the financial markets might be run. A lot of things will stay the same, but much of the work is in the work of the regulator. And one of the innovations of the act is that over the years, we've had the government saying one thing and doing another thing with crypto. Sometimes it's as if it's banned, or you can't access the funds from your crypto accounts with the normal Nigerian bank account. And then we had the time when the Securities and Exchange Commission listed out, or I think CBN as well, brought out the circular about certain rules and guidelines on dealing with crypto exchanges. So we've had tidbits here, but I think the act is going to wholly include crypto, NFTs, and all these digital assets that come up under the regulatory arm of the Securities and Exchange Commission. So there'll be more clarity as to how that is going to be functioning as this is also going to be taxed too. So that is an intangible asset. And then we have futures and options. Those ones tend to be related to the commodities markets. Now, the commodities in the context of what I say capital investment has to do with mostly agricultural products, but sometimes you get precious metals and some other extractive industries products like crude oil, zinc, and tin, for instance. So when you have a commodity exchange, what they are exchanging there, or what is the value there, is that you're basically forming a contract with on the price of a commodity like the crude oil or zinc or tin or cocoa somewhere in the world, and saying that as that farmer is coming to the market with his tons of cocoa, this is what the price will likely be. Depending on what is going on in the world, or in economies around the world, or in particular markets, or maybe there was a famine that year, the price of those things can go up or come down. But what those price points in the commodities markets helps farmers and people in the agri industry to do is to know before you even produce the product, or before your product gets to the markets, especially the export markets. Before your product gets to the export market, you have an idea what the price can be. So it helps with production. But again, these are not things that are easily accessible to your typical investor. But I just wanted to mention it because, again, these are things that are being strongly regulated now under the new Investments and Securities Act. So now, in all these ones that I've mentioned, there's something you can hold on to, even under the intangible assets. Your securities or your bonds and commercial papers, they all relate to existing companies that have a human being somewhere in the mix, either as a director, as a shareholder, running the business as a manager, selling products, providing services. The difference between all of them and the crypto and NFTs and most of these digital assets, that usually there's no fiscal component to them. So while you can rely on the commercial paper of the company, for instance, as a representation of value from that company that is existing, apart from the crypto assets themselves, or how they present, there's usually nothing else you can hold on to. It's not a representative value of something tangible. So that is one of the reasons why a lot of governments have been very hesitant to accept crypto and most of all these digital assets as either as a means of exchange, that's legal tender, or even as a security. In the US, there are some states that used to consider crypto assets as securities. There are some that treat it as a commodity, but even there, they don't really have a singular, would I say, regulatory attitude towards it, because different states have their different laws. But it doesn't mean that if there are issues, for instance, maybe someone is being prosecuted for something like, let's say, money laundering, and they kept some of their money in their crypto wallet or something, they can still have access to it. So we've progressed to that point now that your crypto assets can be garnished. So let's move on to unorthodox investments. I've included this one because most times when we talk about financial investments, most people talk about the capital market, getting into crypto, buying land, buying gold. If you're in a place where artwork on historical artifacts, I think you talk about that too in terms of investment. But we don't really see, it's not like we don't know these things, so we don't really see them as investments per se. We don't really talk about them as part of the investment package. But you can say that they are, because the whole point of investment usually is to make the money that you have made to go further for you. So let's briefly go into that. So we have pensions, especially for people that are self-employed. If you are in a formal business environment where you know that your pension is being taken out every month, under the current Pension Reform Act, your employer contributes some, you contribute some. So that goes into your retirement savings account, and it keeps building up till you retire. And pensions is important to mention here because while you're in the capital market, you have maybe an individual like myself or anyone here as a retail investor, but you also must have heard about institutional investors, and pension companies or pension fund administrators or their custodians are usually one of the significant or biggest institutional investors. So when your money gets sent to those companies, your PFA, whichever company it is, most likely they're investing your money in the capital markets, in Eurobonds, and many other kinds of similar kinds of investments. So they really have a lot of say in what happens in the market, actually. So it's important to include that as a type of investment. And for individuals as well, after you've done your typical investment in any of the financial, either as a security or you bought land or whatever it is, it's also a way of thinking of the future, because most times we are investing for the next 5 years, the next 10 years. But what pensions in an investment, pension as an investment does is that you can invest for the next 30 years. You can invest towards the time when you can't really hustle for that money any longer. The next one is health insurance. Again, it's not something that we really think of as an investment, but as human beings, there's a propensity that you might fall ill, or maybe your children might fall ill. And the way our system is set up currently is such that beyond the HMOs that the company that you work with may be able to provide for you as an employee, this is something you can also provide for yourself. There are so many HMOs presently that have packages for individuals. So it would relieve a lot of people if you, along with the other plans for the month, or actually for the year, because most of the plans are yearly plans, you put some money aside for your health insurance and know that even if you still have to pay out of pocket if you manage to get to the hospital because of one issue or the other, the chances are most likely you may not have to pay out of pocket at all, or the amount that you pay is significantly less. That already deals with the emergency aspect of your life. So it's a significant investment. And the same thing with business and home insurance. If you're a business person or you have a house, it's worth considering insuring it, because we've heard many times, or maybe a house got burnt. And sometimes you hear or you see that a shop or a commercial stores something happens, a number of people shop, get burnt. And I've seen on like 2 or 3 occasions, immediately, not too long after the incident happens, the shop is being rebuilt. Now, it's possible that they have a lot of money and to rebuild, but one way that you can help yourself is if you insure properly, then you can bounce back even when you have that kind of adversity. And the last one is endowment funds for trust. A lot of the investment companies are also offering that option for maybe your family or a child, whether it's an educational trust for your children so that they can go to school even when business is not doing well, you're really in a financial tight, deep financial straits. And the investment that you've done over the years helps you to ensure that your child can, that part of their life does not stop because something has happened. And it's the same with endowment funds. And under trust, you can also have, there are also plans that are being offered by insurance companies that are not life insurance per se, although that is an option to ensure that your loved ones are taken care of when you pass. But also lifestyle protection plans, some companies offer that as well. So that ensures that, again, something happens to your family, you know this story where you lost the job, wife maybe was not working or her business is not that strong. If you had a protection plan in place, the children can still go to school. It's as if your life did not change, but it gives you enough time to now process where you're going next and gives your family some kind of stability. And then we have endowment funds for people that want to be involved in taking care of maybe family when you're gone, or the most importantly, I think for businesses, like people that are interested in giving back to society, charities, NGOs. Most of the time, you're relying on donations and receiving funds, grants from different other organizations and from members and from the public. So another way you can ensure that your vision is fulfilled even after you are gone is to have an endowment fund. A lot of universities in the US, for instance, and I think in other places in Europe, they have something like that, so that even though sometimes the government is funding the university and people are paying school fees, that fund ensures that certain things keep running even when nobody is paying anything. So it's a bulk money you invest, and then you have parameters that you set. So over the years, or you just have, let's say, the profits for 1 year is what you use to run the organization, while the money just keeps, you invest it in, let's say, one of these other investments, securities and all that, and the money just keeps adding on and adding on. And every year you just take out from the profits while the principal keeps rolling on to the next year with maybe compounding interest. And that keeps the organization growing, even when maybe donations will be down or you have big projects that require you to, that utilize most of the donations that come in. So that's another form of investment. So moving on to the next slide. So another way to categorize investments is by their risk level. And risk level is very important because when you're investing, that's one of the significant things you have to think about. One of the first things you have to think about. What's your own risk appetite? How are you as a person? Are you an adventurous person? And even me, I would say that I am somewhat adventurous. I would still class myself as generally risk averse. I think maybe I've improved as I started investing and got better over time, which is another thing to learn about investing, that you won't get it correct at the, let's not use the word correct. You will not get it all at the beginning, but you get better as you continue to do it. So I've grouped them into low to medium risk investments and mid to high risk investments. Now, in your low to mid risk investments, I've started with treasury bills, commercial papers, mutual funds, because those are the investments that I'll put a little pause on mutual funds because we'll talk about it a bit. It's a bit more broad than just a singular asset. Treasury bills are things that the government releases. You buy into the fund. It's like an IOU. So it's usually for a short time. It doesn't get beyond 1 year. You can do it for there are 90-day packages. There are 180 days, and then you have the one that's almost a year, about 360 or so. So the idea of it is that why it is such a low risk investment is that even when the government has problems and cannot pay back, they are required to print money to pay you back. That's why it's such a it's not like the safest capital market investment you can get. Commercial papers are almost like that. The ratings that you would find in a commercial paper are usually very high. By ratings, I mean ratings by credit agencies to say that this company that is offering this commercial paper is very credit worthy. And the vetting that is required for people to get on the commercial paper route is also a bit higher, because you can't do a commercial paper beyond 1 year as well. So you'll find that most commercial papers are at first 9 months, and the returns can be like 20-something%. And it might not seem like much, but check what your returns on a normal savings account is, and then measure it up. There was a time that Treasury bills, the interest was not that much, but it's doing quite well in the market now. So it's something you should consider looking into. Now, going to mutual funds, why I said let's put a rain check on mutual funds is that a number of the mutual funds that are available focus on the money market segment of the capital market. So the Treasury bills, the commercial papers, and similar type of investments. But there are also mutual funds that are for the people that want to take more risk. So usually they might call it a balanced fund or a growth fund or something like that. Those ones introduce more equity investments into the mix. So there's a risk of of your investment going down. So that's why, even though I put it in the green, which is supposed to be really low risk, sometimes, depending on the mutual fund that you picked, it could be a mid-risk investment. And I've actually gone into a mutual fund before where I lost some money. In hindsight, however, if I didn't pull the money out, because I eventually pulled the money out, if I didn't pull the money out from that mutual fund that was, it was called a balanced fund, with what is happening now in the investment market, I would have made more profits. But then we'll talk about that further in our discussion. Then we go to gold and art and artifacts. I've put that in the middle because why everybody likes gold. Gold is a fallback investment. If you're looking to make money, let's say in the next 2 to 3 or let's say 5 years, the only way you gain from a gold investment is increase in the value of gold. Now, if everything is stable around the world, chances are the increment is not going to be much because, like I said, it's a fallback investment. The reason why gold has been on the up recently is because of the instability around the world, many wars, the things that Trump is doing. So people are trying to pull away from relying on the dollar because a lot of currencies are hinged to the dollar. So people are pulling away from that, or at least trying to have a backup plan. So a lot of central banks are buying. Sorry, someone is saying that the slides aren't showing.
It will come up shortly. Just give me some minutes. Sorry about that. No, you can continue. It will come up. Please.
Okay. Yeah. So, what was I talking? I was talking about what's happening. Central banks that were buying a lot of gold to stock up their reserves so that in case something happens with the dollar or the US, or depending on what kind of deals they end up striking with the US, their economies will not feel the heat so much because they are backed by not the dollar anymore, or at least they will be able to fall back on physical gold. So that is part of the reason why gold is on the rise. Then normally on a normal day, you won't see the kind of increments that you see in gold investments or physical gold prices as you've seen the past 2 years, or let's say 3 to 4 years since the Ukraine war started. So that's with that, and it's the same thing with arts and artifacts. The older it is, if you can show provenance, if the person that made the artwork is becomes a prominent figure or is notable, if it's the artist by your backyard that nobody in the world got to know, nobody in Lagos even knows, where the art circle is a bit bigger and more open and well known. Even if it's a fantastic work of art, there's a possibility that it might not get you much and it might not increase in value over time. But it's also possible that something that might not be known, someone that was not known today might be known tomorrow, and so the value might increase. So artwork and artifacts can be, it just depends on so many other factors. That's why it is somewhere in the middle of the treasury bills segments, in between that and the other kind of investments. But it depends on a lot of factors. And also, they are affected by general downturn. So, although a lot of the art dealers and people that are interested in curating or stocking or collecting artwork or artifacts tend to be high income earners, but there are also people that are not so, they're high income really, but they're still technically middle class. And so they're going to be affected by economic outcomes. So if there's a general economic downturn in the market, chances are that the people will not be buying artifacts. So there's a lot of waiting game with both gold, arts, and artifacts. Michelangelo's works are prized because you are finding them in the Sistine Chapel in Italy, and in museums around the world. Some of our Benin bronzes are really prized because of the amount, the kind of artwork that it was. But sometimes talent is not enough. So you would find that people begin to appreciate artwork when maybe the person that has done it has gone. So if you are lucky enough to have artwork from 100 years ago, which most people don't have, then that's when you can start considering whether or not someone is willing to pay something for it. So that's for gold and artwork. Then for bonds, the reason why bonds is on the lower end of the low to mid risk kind of investments is because while you have to have a certain amount of credit rating, again, a higher credit rating with issuing of bonds, which is like a debt security, to say, I'm going to take this money from the public for the next 2 years, the next 3 years, sometimes 5 or 10 years. And we'll pay you the principal 5 to 10 years down the line, or whatever is the duration of the bond. We'll pay you some interest in between. The reason why it is there, because it depends on the integrity of the government that is providing or is issuing the bond, actually. You would find that with commercial papers, most of the time, you would get a credit rating of AAA, A+, kind of credit rating. Very occasionally, will you see a B+, BB rating. But you can find that with bonds. And if something happens to the government over time, they probably would struggle. It's not that they will not pay, but one thing that might happen is that the interest rate might also come down because these things are on the market. So every day people are trading on the future prospects of that bond. So those are the things to watch out for. Then land that people think is one of the best investments because you can see your land is on the lower end of that low to mid risk list, because as secure as land seems to be, there are many issues that can come with it. Someone can challenge you for your land. People can encroach on your land. Then you want to sue them. Then the case takes a long time because it's land. So people really want to take the case up to Supreme Court. So you spend the next 5 to 20 something years. There are many land cases in court where, for sometimes for communal land, for instance, or even family land or individual land, where people have died, the children take on the case and continue. Then they die, the grandchildren take on the case and continue. So as secure as land might be as an investment, it could also come with some liabilities. You also have to keep a watch on your land to prevent encroachment. And while we see, most people would say that the value of land will always increase, it's also possible that it can decrease, or real estate can decrease. If you bought a land, let's say, or you had a land, let's say family land before 1940, the expectation is by now your land is worth a lot. But somewhere between 1956, when oil was found in the library, and 1980, when people were still doing some kind of serious investments in oil and gas infrastructure, the pipeline passes through your land. It's not worth that much, because how many people are building on land that has pipeline passing through it? You're not even allowed to. So these are some of the challenges that can come with even what is somewhat secure investments like land. So I've mentioned them so that we can think about them and not put ourselves in a so we don't get stuck with the idea that this one is completely safe. Every investment has its risk factors, so you have to weigh them. So even when you think that I'm not a capital person, I'm a real estate person, even that can come with challenges. You also heard of people buying land with real estate companies, and then the owner runs away with the money. They don't allocate the land. So people that are buying land now need to watch out for that. And then we go on to the mid to high risk investments. Equity can be a very low investment if you're buying a really good stock. Same thing with real estate investments and trusts. Real estate investment trusts are basically a pool of, it's a fund that pulls, let's say, a hotel, an apartment that rents to commercial businesses, a block of flats, block of shops. They pull all of that together and say, okay, this is one real estate investment fund. They collect money from the public, people invest into that, and the benefits or the profits is from what is gained from managing and collecting rent on those properties, or if it's a hotel, collecting the room rates. So they can be very secure investments, but because there's a reality in the capital market that the price can always go up or come down, it's a mid to high investment. Forex, you know how currencies can be moving up and down depending on what's happening in the economy or in the world. So that's why they're also a mid to high risk investment. I think I've mentioned futures, options, and derivatives because they're affected by what's happening in the economies as well in different countries, or if there was a famine that year, if it's something that's related to an agri stock. And then you have crypto and NFTs, because, like I said, one of the significant differences between that and all the other investments that there's no value beyond the actual supposed asset that is tangible or that you can relate to, that you can hold on to. So let's get to the next slide. So I'll just briefly tell you my story. So I started my investment journey in 2019. I wanted to buy, and I heard MTN was getting on the capital market. I said, okay, I'm sure their stock must be worth a lot. At least I need to grow over time.
So I said, I want to buy MTN shares. I couldn't buy it because it was introduced on the market by introduction. So there's a difference between introduction and a public offer. Public offer is everybody can come and buy shares, depending on this, the number of shares we have to sell. Introduction means the company shares are listed on the stock market, but it's only the people that already own shares that can sell shares. So the company does not have, it's not giving you extra shares to buy. It's not giving to the public extra shares to buy. So it drove up the price a bit. So we had to wait a bit to be able to buy shares. But I ended up in that process because I was waiting for the MTN shares. I spoke to my financial advisor from the securities firm that I was using, AfriInvest, and I ended up buying 4 different company shares. I still have 3 of those shares currently. Then that same year, later in the year, I started my micro pension pot because I'm not a salary earner, and a lot of people here, I'm sure, are probably not salary earners too. And even if you're a salary earner, you may have to think of ways to add to what goes into your pension pot. But as a self-employed person, or even if you work in a firm like I do, but I'm a fee earner rather than a salaried earner, I had to make arrangements for what's going to happen when I retire. So by 2020, I diversified my portfolio into mutual funds. It was a treasury bills fund, and by 2024, I dabbled a bit into agribusiness. This was an actual business that I was hoping to do that I thought I could do by the side. And perhaps it would have been possible if I didn't get burnt by the people that were supposed to be supporting me. But in spite of the fact of getting burnt, I did make gains in the capital market that same year. And I was able to inject more funds into it. But before I did the injection of funds, my total investment value as at that point was 6 times what my initial investment was. Now, during this time, between 2019 and 2024, which is about 5 years, I didn't add any additional money from my initial capital that I put into my investment account. And I only made one withdrawal. So that's a 600% return on investment. So it's worth thinking about if you want to grow your money. You don't get that kind of return that easy. And as at 2025, my current portfolio value is 3 times my total injected funds because I added extra funds. Some of those funds have not been expended because I'm positioning for next year's opportunities. And we'll talk about that in the next slide. So why should you invest, or why you can invest? Because a lot of people have issues with the capital market because in 2008 or before that, there was a stock market crash. There was a general financial market crash. But a lot of people in Nigeria were really burned, and they lost trust in the system. So anytime you mention to someone that you should invest in the capital markets, they shy away because I don't understand it, and people lost money. So they don't want to go into it. But today's capital market is different. A lot of changes have been made that have all been geared towards ensuring that we build investors' trust. And one of that is better regulation. So CBN rules and some of the SEC rules that have come up, and even some judgments of the Investment and Securities Tribunal helps to tighten the ropes on companies in the market and ensure that we discourage bad players in the market. So there's a lot more regulation, and not just in the capital market, but in the financial industry, and that also pours into the kind of companies that you're seeing on the capital market. Now, the NGX, which is the exchange that the exchange where you can buy and sell shares, is also now privately owned. Before, it was owned by its members. So what happened in 2023, I believe, or 2022, was what we call a deep mutualization, because it was like we had different brokers who were invested in ensuring that the system runs, and they paid their membership dues, and that's what helped to run the exchange. But what has happened with the current NGX is that it's now private owned. It's also listed on the stock exchange. They have private owners, and I'm sure most of the brokers that were members of the previous structure, which was called the National Nigerian Stock Exchange, still members now as shareholders in the company. But it helps it better enforced now, and the fact that the NGX itself is also listed and that being a public limited company, there are certain things that they are required to do. You have to publish audited accounts. Sometimes companies go further and publish not just the end of the year's and the whole year's account. After every quarter, they are publishing their earnings. All of that is just to build your trust and say we are a reliable business to invest in. And then competition and innovation is improving the efficiency. AI is doing a lot. All of the stakeholders are taking advantage of innovation to improve the efficiency of what we do, processing of change in shareholders and all that. And then we have increased prospects. In those same 5 years, MTN has gotten into the market. I think later that year, Airtel got into the capital market. We had Transpower just last year. This year, we just had the the government is getting in on the capital market to raise capital. So the real estate fund we're creating has been listed on the capital market. So that's the MOFI, the Ministry of Finance Incorporated Real Estate Investment Fund. And then we have a FGN savings fund that they do every month to enable people to get involved. And we had the bank recapitalization and public offers that ensured that the public will get in on part of the process of ensuring that banks get the capitalization that CBN had introduced for them. And then there have been measures, there have been delistings. All of those things have come with benefits for shareholders and increased prices for those companies. So there's a lot to look out for in the market. While everybody was suffering when our president came in 2023 because of the increments in fuel prices due to subsidy removal, there was a lot of rallying around in the market. A lot of shares went up. Some losses were made, and that also tells you about the transparency in the system, that people could not hide in their books that they made significant losses like MTN. But gains were also made by a lot of banks, and that was clear too. And even when now that people have adjusted, you can also see the gains that being made by some of the businesses that previously made losses. So that's the benefit of the current capital market that we have. And we are having things like incidents or corporate actions next year and the years to come. We're expecting Dangote refineries to list on the exchange. We're expecting NNPCL and Flutterwave. Some of them will be next year, some of them the next 2 years, depending on whenever they are ready. So the digital age has also made it easier for investors to have access and to vet information on the companies, on what's happening in the market. And the reason why investing in a capital market is one of the easiest things to do is because the point of entry is very low. Your 2K, that audience 2K can go far in this market. So what are the people that you're going to interact with when you get involved in the capital market? So you have the brokers. These are the people that you most likely meet. First of all, because you want to buy shares on this stock exchange. So examples of them are AfroInvest. If you have access an Access account and you run their apps, you see that you can buy your shares through Coronation Capital. Incidentally, they are the ones I think that registrars for MTN as well. FSDH, ARM, asset management companies, and Stanbic IBC. Those are just examples of securities. You would see in the name of the companies either the word securities or capital or asset management companies. Those are the nomenclatures we tend to go by. But the regulator, as I will come to, have a list of companies that you could go to. So if you want to buy a share, your advice to go through them because they will provide you all the support, all the information you need. Too much information sometimes, but you need all the information to make the proper decision as to what you want to buy, what shares, what assets you want to be involved in. The next one is the Nigerian Exchange Limited, which is the actual, that provides the actual exchange where you see all the companies that are listed on the, that have listed their stocks for people to either buy or sell. So that's the actual marketplace. And that's where all the buying and selling takes place. I think they also have, with public offers, they've also created a platform for people to buy directly without going through the brokers. But the interesting thing is that even after you bought or while you're buying, they would ask you to indicate who your broker is because they know that you need that support afterwards. Because sometimes when you're buying through a public offer, you probably will not get your shares reflected immediately. So the brokers are the ones that do the follow up with you until you get to that point, and they be able to see, show you what your profile looks like, your portfolio of investments. And then you have the registrars. So the registrars relate a lot with the brokers and the asset managers because they are the middlemen between you and your companies. I've used the word your companies because if you buy a share in them, you basically have you're a shareholder. You can attend annual general meetings, you can vote. And I would say that even if you don't attend all, because you're just there to probably make money, but it also helps to attend one or two so you have an idea of what happens at annual general meetings and what's happening in the company that you bought shares in. And then
I'm so sorry to cut in. This could you help us to round up in 5 minutes?
Okay.
Overshot.
So and then the final section there is the Securities and Exchange Commission, who is the regulator and the primary dispute resolution body. And if you're looking for a list of approved entities that you can invest with, that are brokers or asset managers that you can invest with, you find it on their websites. So what I would say if you're going to invest in a capital market or any kind of financial investment, is do your research, ensure that the company is a strong company fundamentally. Do they have a good customer base? Do they have good products that would people continue to buy in the next 5 to 10 years? What are their prospects as a business? Are they expanding? And what's the share price forecast? How have they been doing? Have they been paying dividends? All those things are important questions to ask. And then you have lots of sites and newsletters that you can sign up to. But like I said, most of the brokers and asset managers will send you lots of information and even give you recommendations on which stock you can buy and which one you can sell. And be open-minded. Don't get stuck on a dead stock. And so what I mean with that is that sometimes you buy a stock, it does not move up, and you are hoping that it to increase in value, but it doesn't. A year passes, 2 years passes. The money that you've stuck in that stock could be used to buy other stuff that you have gained from. So even when eventually years later it increases in price, if you didn't pull out money from that stock, you would have lost out. So if you see that the stock is not moving the way it's supposed to move, feel free to exit from that stock and spread your wings and invest in other stocks. And big things can come in small packages. The stock that is 1 naira today can increase exponentially and be of benefit. So don't look down on stocks that are not so expensive. And sometimes you can even gain, it's better to even go for the smaller stocks and be ready to evaluate your position on each stock. This year, about 6 trillion was lost in a month at the capital market. So the stock started coming back up, but it forces everyone to start thinking, okay, which one is my long-term stock? Which one is the stock that I can just buy and wait for gains and then pull out from? So these are the things that you need to do at different times when things are happening in the market. But number three, listen to your gut. I repeated that twice because there are stocks that I've bought that did not look like anything was happening there, and like a year or sometimes a month after, things start happening with that stock and they increase exponentially in price in ways that were not even forecasted or expected. So if the Holy Spirit is leading you in a particular direction, go with it, but still do your research and be patient. Building anything takes time, including your investment portfolios. And people that are well versed in the capital market field, we say that the capital market always rewards the patient. So our little game, I wanted to just find out from people what we think about what we usually hear when people discuss finances. Is passive income really passive? I don't know if we have time for people to give responses, or we should just or we can discuss that during the question and answer session.
Okay, we'll see about that. Just you can close first. Then I'll ask about if anybody.
Okay. So basically, thank you for having me. You can reach me primarily on WhatsApp, and you can send me an email. A lot of things are happening by next year, so if you need business advisory on having to restructure either your business or even your personal finances, advice on corporate governance for your business or compliance issues, CSC registration and filings, or tax advisory, feel free to book a consultation. But my adventurous spirit and free self is interested in house renovations and food curating. So in my free time, we can discuss that too. Thank you again for having me.
Right. Thank you so much, Faith. Thank you. At this point, we just have 2 minutes. Does anybody have any quick question they want to ask? If you have any question, please raise your hands and we'll call you to speak. Okay. Thank you so much, Faith. I do not see any hands or questions in the chat box. Just waiting to see.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, Faith, thank you so much. Okay. Well done. Sorry. All right, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate every single person that has stayed up until this time. It's been quite a lot to ingest. Just a minute. And we probably are not going to take so much time on trying to do this so that we could leave here at the time we had projected, or worst case scenario, it would be by 30 minutes upward. So at this point, I just want to tell everyone, if you can, just get a drink of water, stand up, move your body. And I hope we've been taking notes since this session started, because it's been a lot. I want to say thank you to all our speakers. They've been very, very wonderful. They've been very supportive. Oh my God. Sure. Can you guys hear me and see me, please? I'm not sure what's going on. Can anyone hear me? Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Just a minute, please. So at this point, let's just take 1 minute break. I should be back. Okay, so I'm just going to make this very, very, very quick. So 2025 has been a very interesting year. It has been that kind of year that you just wonder, we're just saying Happy New Year. And right now we're saying, we'll soon start saying another Happy New Year in 2026. So, like I earlier mentioned when we started, that the essence of this was to make sure that people could easily review and look into their year. They are able to reflect on it and say, okay, these were the things that worked. These were the things that did not work. Okay, they're able to say these are the things that didn't work. Sorry about all the distractions and breaks. And these are the things that worked. And part of the reason the Her Becoming and Wellbeing Experience was vetted was to help us reflect, was to help us realign and get back into alignment where we might have missed it, not just in terms, not just as a spiritual practice, but even in terms of our personality, our identity, our values, and then rise into who we must become. Because of time, we could just leave these other parts and quickly go into why this actually existed is because one, in today's world, you'll notice that the world is pretty noisy. There's a lot of distractions. There's a lot happening across the globe. And women have become overloaded than the view. And there's an interesting statistics I found was that 74% of women globally report feeling overwhelmed and emotionally depleted at least once a week. And if this is the current statistics in 2024, best believe so will be so it will be very, very interesting to see that this statistics is going to go up a notch higher. It's not going to be the way it has always been. 2024 was last year. So meaning that 2025, it probably would have increased and would be having a statistics of about 27% or about 28% or about 30%. And then in 2026, because of everything that is going on, there will be much more. It will be much more percentage. The percentage of women will increase. And then we would also have the this thing increasing. It's not going to be happening once a week. It will be happening twice a week. And I'll give you my reason. A lot of women are holding up so much than they would have been holding in the past days. A lot of women are taking on roles and jobs than they would have ever taken. If you notice now, there's already something going on in the world where you see more women in most of the job roles. I don't know if you've heard this statement that the future is female. And if you've heard that statement, it means that in every department, in every industry, we would have more male than we have female. It would not just be a case of how it used to be before. it's going to be so serious that in even the most unlikely places will, as the days evolve and as the days go by. Now, we have a lot of people who are high achievers, but then they are tired. We have people who have a lot of visions, they are doing a lot of things, and they are overstretched because the demand required now is not as it was 10 years ago, as it was 20 years ago. Right now, if you're a business person, if you're a career professional, for you to even be able to scale, sometimes there are some job interviews where you'll be told that, let them see your LinkedIn profile. And imagine that you're that kind of career professional that is not even interested in social media. What's going to happen? The chances that you would lose the job are actually going to be higher than it was before, where people would just say, oh, let me just quickly see your CV. And maybe they give you the job quickly. But right now, people want to see, is this person able to properly present themselves beyond just what is being done on paper? Are they able to show us something online that they can see? So there's a lot of stretching than what used to happen before. Now, a lot of people are capable, but they are even carrying the things that they do not ought to carry. There's a lot of luggage, there's a lot of baggage that is just following people. People are just doing the things they have no business doing, seeing the people they have no business seeing, and it's a lot. So that's what is currently going on and will probably get worse. Right now, some women are probably the breadwinners in their family. They are the ones taking care, anchoring virtually everything when it comes to finances. So you see that there's so much workload on them and they are not able to follow through or have some time to rest and even know what is going on with them. Which is why part of the reasons we have scheduled this was to help you sit down, be able to relax and ask yourself important questions. But before we move, I just want to give us some quotes. If you notice this quote by Nelson Mandela, it says that only by learning from the past can we create a better tomorrow. What does that mean? It means that if you're not able to look at the past and look at the things that you've been doing before, how do you create a better tomorrow? How do you know the things that didn't work? How do you know the things that worked? How would you know the mistakes that you made that probably should be avoided? And you just continued in that line and in that regard. So one of the things that is very, very important is to make sure that you are not just focused on, I want to get better, I want to get better, but it is important that you take an inventory on how your past life has been, on how things were, and how they are currently, and maybe then plan for the tomorrow that you want. The next thing is that being in a long place or being in a place for long does not necessarily translate to knowing the principles of a place. And so is the kingdom of God. And I'll just give you a quick example. The fact that you've been going to church for the past 20 years does not mean you understand the principles of the kingdom. It does not mean you know what to do when you're in a difficult situation. It does not mean that you have the right tools and the strategy to make things work for you. It's just like saying that I've been on Facebook since Facebook was created. If you want to start understanding Facebook, start using Facebook now, just because you registered in 2015 does not mean that now 10 years after, because you stayed there for long, automatically you know how to use the platform. You would need to learn it. You will need to understand it. You will need to be an active player in that space to be able to know that. Dr. Charles Stanley, as we know, also gave us a beautiful quote where he said, you may love an idea or a concept, but to love God, you must know him. Meaning that for you to say you love God, you need to have a personal relationship with him. You need to have a scripture. You need to understand how God functions. What does God say? What does he want from you as an individual? What does he say that this is the likely thing that is going to work? Another person that gives us a very beautiful quote is PDDK. Debola Dejikurumi, she says, if it cannot enter your mind, it cannot enter your life. So meaning that there are things you would have imagined and said that, oh, what am I going to do? I want us to, do this or do that, and I want to be this person. You're just saying it, but then you have not allowed it to get into your mind to such a way that everything about your mind captures it and it lives in that reality. It believes in that reality and begins to make movements towards that reality to work or to happen for you. And the farther backward that you can look is the farther forward that you can see. Because when you see how far you have gone in anything that you're doing, you would notice that things begin to look clearer for you when you move forward. So I'm quickly going to move through the Thrive model. This is supposed to help you properly reflect and properly realign yourself to what is needed. I call it the Thrive model, and the Thrive model is just the THRIVE, and they stand for a lot of things. So the first thing that happens is that there's truth and identity, which is the first T. I'll just move to that. There's truth and identity. And why does this matter? It matters because once women are able to understand their identity, according to Gallup Wellbeing Reports, they are going to achieve 71% higher life satisfaction and a better decision-making process. And in having clarity of your identity, you need to understand who you are. And you also need to understand who the world told you to be. So there is something about sitting with yourself to remove all those roles, strip yourself of the roles that you have, the titles, where you come from, and try to understand that who am I really outside of all these other things, outside of my job, outside of the things I've achieved, outside, like, who are you at your core? And one of the better ways to be able to understand this is by sitting with God to see how this works, to see how you were created. A quick scripture that comes to mind will be, you are God's workmanship. And if you're God's workmanship, if you were created by him, he's the one that understands better why he created you. He's the one that understands better why you were made. And because of what is going on across the, of course, in the coming days, so it is very, very important that you understand your identity, understand your self-worth, understand the choices, understand your self-leadership. Self-leadership is going to be a very key thing, which is part of the things that is also going to be in my courses that probably will be out by next year, in first quarter of next year. But then one of the things that most women will battle with, which is already happening now, there's already mental health challenges going on because people are stressed about their jobs, people are stressed about how they can make ends meet, people are stressed about relationships, people are stressed about prayers they've been praying for long and there's no answer. There's a lot of issues that are playing on people's mind. And like I said, social media does not even help with that. There's a lot of pressure on who people need to become. When you go online and you see a particular thing, it's just like, oh wow, I think I can be this person, I can do that, and I can do this. But then you need to begin to ask yourself, who am I becoming? Who must I become? And what are the things that have been labeled on yourself that you quickly need to let go of? Also take down a note to write that what are the values that must define you in 2026 going forward? When people call your name, when people think about you, what are the values that you want to be associated with your name? What are the values you want to see or to be known for? So you want to look into that as well. And then the next thing you want to do is okay, no, we can leave this. What mistakes did you make in this year that challenged the values that you stood for? And what are you planning to do differently? What are the mistakes that you made in this year? What are the things that did not work? What are the things that you fell short of? Some of the things are things you probably cannot even share with anyone, and it doesn't even really matter. Your life is a personal life, it's a personal race, and at the end of the day, the person you are accountable to is the one that created you and kept you here, as much as you would also be accountable to the people that God has also placed before you. So you also want to take time to review this in the year. And then if there's anything you're able to discover, you want to make sure that you replace every form of labels, anything of, oh, I'm not enough, oh, I'm behind time. You want to get scriptures to replace them with, because the scripture is the truth. The scripture is your reality. The scripture is where you should stand with. And then you need to, your digital feed, you need to make sure that anything that whenever you look at it, it attacks your identity, or it seems like, oh, this particular thing, I need to quickly, anytime you come in contact with that video or feed, it always makes you feel bad. It makes you feel like you're not doing well. It makes you feel like things are not just working in your life. It's like you're the one that is just behind. You want to do away with such things and focus on the things that feed your soul positively. One of the things that Paul advised us in the Bible is that whatever things are true, whatever things are excellent, whatever things are pure, whatever things are of good reports, and so on and so forth. These are the things you should do or think of. And why did I bring your thoughts? Your thoughts mostly will come from the things you are feeding on. So you want to make sure that your digital feed is in order. At every point that you open it, what are the things you are seeing? What are the things you are hearing? If you joined the first speaker video, you would notice the aspect of emotional well-being that we spoke about. What do you see when you wake up? What do you hear first when you wake up? What have you set your mind to do? So you need to also write a weekly declaration about who you are in Christ. An instance I can give for this would be to, if you're able to Google personalized Bible. Personalized Bible does that. If you're able to do personalized Bible, Google it. There is a link that probably gives you the option of where you put your name. And when you put your name, you will get a personalized Bible in your email. Not the whole Bible. If you want the whole Bible, of course, you're going to pay more, but the free version is able to give you most aspects of the New Testament. So the next thing for H, you'll be focusing on heart healing and emotional wellness. And this is actually the intentional process of tending to the unseen parts of your life, your emotions, internal narratives, your wounds, and the quiet places where stress, disappointment, and unmet expectations often hide. One of the things I want us to bear in mind is that you say anything about your life and well-being, you are responsible for it. Nobody is going to be responsible for these things. Nobody. You are the one that will be intentional about taking necessary action on what should be done for this aspect of your life. So let's just imagine that you were hurt by someone and you're like, this thing that happened, oh, I was so pained, I was this and I was that. What's going to happen? Nobody is going to now, in as much as, oh, people may say, oh, so sorry about the heartbreak and all and everything that happened. The next thing is after that, by the time people are even seeing you the next time, they may not even have a conversation about it. They may not have a conversation about it. They may start even asking you other questions. So you now see that you're left alone. Nobody is now going to be saying, oh, what about heartbreak that happened to you? Nobody's going, if people do that, highest, they will do it for a month. But after that, you are left with whatever is going on with you. If you're not able to handle it, it will begin to affect different areas of your life. So you have to make up your mind that whatever has hurt you, you want to focus on it, you want to deal with it and release those things and begin to embrace, total wholeness. Begin to refuel yourself. Our speaker had already spoken much on that. And why this matters is that, these are statistics that are already proven. WHO already reports that women globally experience 40% more stress-related disorders. Remember at the beginning, we had said that women are doing what? Holding on to so much more. Women are holding on to so much more than they hold in previous times. Right now, most women are the breadwinners. Right now, most women are the ones leading organizations, leading firms. Right now, most women, they are just on the front line. So there will be a lot of stress-related disorders. In the past years, we've had more women build businesses than men. We've had more women build businesses than men. So most businesses are led by females right now compared to what it used to be before. So most people would experience burnout, especially along this age bracket, 2.6 times more than men. This is according to last year's report and last year's statistics. Remote work, of course, has already increased a lot of burnout, loneliness, because people are trying to make more money and it seems like there's more option being a remote worker. And because people are not going out to interact with people, people are not going out to interact with other colleagues. I think whether you're doing remote work or you're doing, going to your daily job, they all come with their pros and cons. They all come with their pros and cons. They are not what would I say? If you're doing remote work, you'll be dealing with loneliness and burnout. But then imagine going to work. You'll be dealing with people that have character problems. You'll be dealing with people that are not normal. You'll be dealing with just your boss is probably doing something. So there's either of the divide. There is something that you're going to be dealing with. But then, like I said, because remote work has more people going towards that area, more people or more women will continue to experience burnout and loneliness because, of course, you're not going out, you're not interacting. And then companies now are beginning to prioritize well-being as a leadership competence. So it's very important to have your heart and your emotional wellness in order. If you've been broken before, get healed. Get healing, like seriously get healing so that you do not begin to become hurt. If you need help, please get help. The person who spoke on emotional well-being, she has already made her contact available. I probably will make that contact available via email so that if you are going through stuff and you feel you can't speak to anybody, you can easily book for any of her services there. Now, which area of your well-being needs urgent attention? You need to find that out. Also sit with yourself to ask yourself, what am I holding on to emotionally? And if you're able to go through this year in your mind and sit with yourself for like an hour or for 90 minutes, ask yourself what drained you the most this year. Find out what it was. If you can do that for the next 2 years, as in for the past 2 years or past 3 years, that would be very helpful for you. Then you also need to find out who do you need to forgive that is currently probably hurting you and you need to come out of that. Now the thing, how can we apply this particular area to our life? The first thing is to do what? Build a personal Sabbath reading. And what does this mean? It means that you should have a time in your calendar, whether it's monthly, whether it's quarterly, whether it's mid-year or once a year, where you can be taking some time off for your own self. Personal is the key word. It is not to go and do any other thing. But this personal time is where you just rest. And I'm like, rest from everything that is going on. You're not overstressed. You're not if possible, your phone and everything should just, shut down. Of course, inform the people who are important in your life that you're going on a sabbatical. Inform them, they should know, they deserve to know. But then at that point, you're not going there to start thinking of work or going there to start saying, oh, what am I doing? What's going to happen and all? It's not going to be like that. The second thing that is necessary is to prioritize sleep. Sleep is so important that these days, because of how things have become busy, sometimes people are even sleeping for 3 hours, 4 hours, because you're trying to make ends meet. So prioritize sleep and then drink water. Drink water. I think I pointed my bottle earlier. Drink water. If you don't have water beside you, please go and get water. Drink water. And then the next thing is also make sure that you are able to fast. Don't just be eating. Fast. Even if you're not praying, still fast. When I say fasting, I do not mean like you have to be praying. But no, you can decide to do a 24-hour fast with your body where you're not going to have anything but water. So if you want to now make it a spiritual exercise, you can then decide to, of course, add prayers and all. But always, after eating for a while, try to put yourself in a state of fasting so that some things will go by fasting. Some of the toxins in our body will go by that fasting system. If we're able to create that, then eat healthy, reduce junk. I think this one's already popular information that we know. Then also schedule emotional check-ins with yourself and create very healthy boundaries at home. In terms of renewal of spirit, which is R, remember we are doing the Thrive model. So we've done T, which is your truth and identity. We've done H, which is, your heart healing and then emotional wellness. Now we're doing R, which is renewal of your spirit. Now you cannot say, oh, I've been a believer for this number of years, and for that reason, I'm okay, I'm good. Already a lot is happening. There's instability, there's economic shifts, people are losing jobs, their industries are changing, a lot of things are going on. So imagine that you are not conscious about refilling yourself, about renewing your mind. Imagine that you're not conscious about taking your spiritual life seriously. Before you know, you will not know how to pray again. It will just be happen like that. Before you know, no prayer. You're not reading your Bible, you're not praying, you just sleep and wake up. So you need to have regular spiritual disciplines. Have a time of the month where you fast. Have a time of the month where this time I'm dedicating it for prayers, I'm dedicating it for this. I'm dedicating this time to read my Bible. Because women who practice regular this, they show a 40% higher resilience, meaning that irrespective of what comes to them in this life, they are going to be ready to, battle it. There's nothing taking them, no matter how tough it gets, they will be able to come out of it because they already have a spiritual discipline that puts them in that place where they have to regularly show up, where they have to regularly look at and be like, oh God, I feel so bad. But imagine that you do not have any spiritual discipline set up. You'll just come back to the house, sleep, wake up, the following day you're depressed and all. But if you have a discipline of every morning, I meet with God by this time, you'll notice that no matter how things get or how rough things get in your life, you'll still show up and say, God, I'm here again. This is how I feel. But then so because of all that is going on in the world, which I've earlier mentioned, there's a rise in spiritual dryness among Christian women. So Christian women are no longer as they ought to be. They might see the things I mentioned. There's instability, there's economic shifts, people are losing jobs. There's a lot of requirements now especially if you're in the career space or you're a remote worker, there is a lot required from you. It's no longer business as usual. So with all of those things, people don't even have time because they have not disciplined themselves, one, and there's no schedule, there's no regulation, there's nothing. So most people have become disconnected from God, because the longer you are disconnected from God, the more you become confused, the more you will lack direction on what to do next, or what you should do here and what you shouldn't do. And a lot of people, because of the things women are juggling, they are also losing spiritual consistency. So it's just, to them, it's just like, how will I do this thing? Will I be able to cope? Will I be able to manage? So you want to begin to ask yourself, what are the spiritual disciplines that you have neglected and you need to revive? What instructions did God give you concerning this year? Did you obey all, or did you not obey all? If possible, why not? These are questions you want to ask yourself. And then if you start with God concerning your following year, what exactly has God told you concerning 2026? Remember, at the beginning of this event, I said we had to write a statement of purpose that is necessary for your book, for your year. Write the vision, cast it. This 2026, this is who I must become. This is who I'm going to be. Now, what aspect of your relationship with God feels strong or feels weak? Write them down. Now, applying this to your personal life, when I say practice faith journaling, most of us just pray, 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 pray. Sometimes we're not even able to keep track of the things that has worked or the things that didn't work. Some of us have just one prayer point, maybe we've been praying, and that's the only prayer point we've been praying. But if you're able to write down or do a voice recording, if that is what works for you, on the things, someone trying to speak. Iberi, do you want to say something? I'm just going to take that. Okay. Most of us are not able to keep track of the things that worked or the things that did not work. So most times we just come to God with the mindset of, God, this is the problem I have, and that's it. So once you do that, you just stand up and you go off. You're not able to keep track and say that, okay, in this particular time, this was what I asked God for. This was what I didn't ask God for. There's something I'm going to show you. I have a mini board. Of course, I don't know if you can see my screen. Okay, so this board, you see this board? I don't know if you can see, but there are a lot. I don't know if people can see. I'm not sure why. Okay. But there are a lot of things that are written on it. And you're able to quickly bring up you're able to quickly say that, oh, these were the things that God was able to answer at this particular season, at this particular time, because you're able to put dates. Because I'm not sure that when you go and meet with God, there's only one thing that we are praying for or praying about. So it's very necessary that you have a journal that you are keeping, whether you want to have the one that you'll be keeping for the year, or you want to have the one that you're going to be using. But it's always good that every year you should just have one and be able to track, so that the reason for tracking is so that those things that you've prayed about or you've asked God for and they've not worked, you need to go back to God and probably find out why they've not worked. Do you see? You need to know that, this particular thing I've been asking, what's going on? Why is it not working? What's the problem? Do you get? And God is going to definitely give you response. But imagine where you don't even have a tracker, or you have no idea of the things you've been praying about. So even the ones that have not worked, you just be like, oh, I'm not praying for this again. I'm just leaving it. You cannot just leave it though. We're in a warfare. It's a very serious warfare. And some things you will pray through them until you see the results. The second thing you want to do is that for every fear-based decisions, you have to replace them with faith-based steps. So for those things that look like, oh, I'm not sure this thing is going to work, I'm not sure this is going to happen, what you need to do is to make sure that you go to the scripture. For that thing that you're scared of, look for scriptures and then write them down. There was something I talked about, having your anchor in strength. I don't know if I mentioned it, but you need to have an anchor of your strength. Like for your spiritual life, when you're setting your goals, don't just set goals. When you're setting your goals, let's say for your financial life, the goal you set is that you want to live a debt-free life, or you want to have an early retirement. Maybe you want to retire at 40, or you want to retire at 35, or you want to retire at 50. Of course, for some people, 50 is still early retirement for them. Do you get? So assuming that is one of the financial goals you want to have a scripture that backs that up. You want to have a scripture that is your anchoring strength, so that at every point you feel like this is what I want to achieve, and there's a sort of fear coming to your mind, you'll be like, no, this is what the word of God says. Because we are a people of a kingdom, and the kingdom has its modus operandi, you cannot decide that you want to do things the way you want to do things. You would have to use the principles that has been set by the scripture that you understand and apply them. You will have to make the word work for you. So that is it. Excuse me. Then the next thing is speak God's promises over stressful situations. Now, I just want to say something towards that before we move. A lot of us can just be in that place where, I think this is what God is expecting me to. Yeah, why is it happening? Yeah. A lot of us just be like, I'm just going to keep declaring all the declarations that God, that somebody has told you to go and declare. That's what you're declaring. No. Here's what is very important when you're doing things, especially as a believer. You want to make sure that you're not just copying things because A is doing it and B is doing it and they told you it worked, does not mean it will work for you. That's not how things work. You need to figure out the things that God wants from you. And that comes with you spending time with Him. It does not come from what a prophet is going to tell you or what your pastor has shown you. It comes from you spending time with God to understand that, no, this particular thing, I think I need to. For some people, their own key is just to pray to God for mercy. For some, for others, it is just a matter of let them just sing praises. For some, it may just be speaking tongues for 1 hour. Do you see? But then at every point, you must know what to apply. Because the more you continue to use a wrong key to open a door, does not mean that because you have stayed at that door for long, automatically the door will open. If the key is wrong, whether you stay for the next 20 years, it's not going to work. And that's the same thing that happens with our life when we are not keeping track of things that are happening or when we are not looking back. Fine, you've identified that there's a problem. How do you now, and this particular problem has stayed maybe 5 years, 10 years. At what point do you get to now ask yourself and say, but wait, why is this thing not working? So somebody has told you, pray. Do this for 30 days. Do like this and do that. Have you sat with God to ever ask and say that, that this God cannot be an unfaithful person? His promises are yea and amen. So how come this particular thing, I am still struggling to get this thing? What could be going on? What am I not doing? And it is in those moments, because God will always make sure that anyhow you want to do this life, you will need Him. That's just it. Any which way, whether you decide you do not want to be serious with Him now, anyhow you turn it, He would always make it in such a way that you will need Him. And then you will now decide that, okay, no, I want to go this other way. The ways of God are not the ways I want to go. Do you see? So when that happens, it makes you feel like, God is an unfaithful person. It makes you feel like, people are just, doing what they have to do, and it seems like it's been working. But you must remember that some parents have done the labor of work. Some great grandparents have done that labor of work. But in your case, where you come and it seems like the work is you that is going to do it, you have to do it. And then you will need to know what God's promises are. If you're not reading the Bible, how do you know what the promises are? Because life is going to be very, very stressful. Life will be stressful. Life will be stressful. And it will get more stressful as the years are going by, because there will be more demands on different areas of your life. That this part of your life is working. Maybe your finances are working, your physical health is working, you're married, you're happy with your children. Suddenly you'll just notice that your educational or your business distance, something just happens. And that part of your life seems like it wants to draw much more from you. So what are the promises you will have that even in the time where you're experiencing darkness, you would be able to remember the things that you learned in light? The next thing is intentional wealth and stewardship. So you want to make sure that you are building wealth and you're a good steward of whatever God has provided. Why does this matter to women? Most women do not even have a financial plan. And only imagine all the knowledge about investment that is out there on YouTube, on TikTok, on all the social media platforms. And we still have only 24% feel confident about investing. Most people are still scared. Are you sure this is what I'm supposed to do? This is not what I'm supposed to do. But then have a long-term financial plan. Well, the person who took us on career well-being has already told us there's 0 to 6 months, there's 6 months to 12 months, and then there's the one of 5 years, there's 10 years, and all of that. At every point, you have to have a plan. You cannot just say any which way. No. So some questions you could quickly ask yourself is, some of the financial resources God gave you this year, how did you steward it? What were the spending habits that were draining you? Sorry, this was repeated. What financial goal must guide your 2026? You need to have that in place. Then you need to check the things that you have, your resources. Which of them are you multiplying and which are you bearing? But before doing all of this, it's important to do this part. Where are you financially? Are you in debt, or are you just, regularly getting your salary or your finance? You want to have financial clarity. It is so key, because the financial clarity will guide you. If you're in debt, you now know that every money that you earn, a certain percentage goes to the debt and a certain percentage will be for you, for your needs. The percentage will be different from somebody who is not in debt. So you want to make sure that you are clear about your own self, not about the next person, your own self. Where do you stand financially? What assets do you have? What liabilities do you have? What are the things you need to, stay or start doing? And then another thing is to make sure that you build financial literacy. You cannot assume. We're 9 minutes up our time, but then I will wrap this up in the next 15-20 minutes. So, financial literacy. Don't just get anything and everything from anywhere. No, 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 no. Get it from credible sources. Don't just learn because there's something to learn. Learn correctly. Most of the problems, especially the late bloomers and millennials have, is that most of the things that were taught to the millennials and the late bloomers, they were wrong. And this is not just only in terms of finances, even in terms of physical health, in terms of marriage, in terms of financial goals, in terms of education, and a lot of things. Most of those things were not correct information. And so you see that a lot of millennials are struggling with different areas of their life. A lot of late bloomers are struggling. They can't even find their feet. And that's a different discussion for another day. I just want to be focused on the people I am targeting. So you want to make sure that you also learn how to budget your finance. And if you're a business person, separate your business from personal expenditures. I think any financial advisor you listen to, any person that teaches on finances, they would always tell you, separate it. See, I can stay on this financial part because, know where you are financially. It will help you. One way to help with the financial clarity, if you're someone who cannot do maybe a weekly report, you can do a monthly report where you take note of what you received and where your money went. A quick tool you can use is Excel. Excel is everywhere. You can use the Microsoft Excel or Google Sheets and create your own. It's all it needs to have is just dates, the item, that's description of item, your income, that's what you received, and then the expense. Meaning that if you do that for 6 months, just do it even for a month and see, you'll be shocked at how much enters your hand and how much went out. And some of us, we are living above what we are even earning. It is in this process of tracking that you're able to know that, no, this particular thing is like, mm-mm. And you begin to know the steps that you need to take. And then we've also heard a lot about intentional investment. So invest intentionally and in what is sustainable. Don't just do it for the sake of everybody's investing. So let me go into investment. Understand what you're doing and make sure you do that. The next thing you want to do is messy giving. Messy giving means that there was something Mr. Wale had earlier mentioned on, where he said Elon Musk is giving up to 90% of it. That's messy giving. And I'm not saying go and give 90% if you're not at that stage in your life, but have a percentage of your income that goes to either helping widows or helping children who do not have parents, or just a lot of things. Do you get? There are a lot of places that help is needed. So look for one, especially in this Christmas time, not even just Christmas, but for every part of the year. Make a conscious effort, whether it's 1% you want to do to messy giving, 2% of your income, but start somewhere. Now, the next thing we're talking about is V, which is visionary legacy, and we'll have one more letter and we're done. Visionary legacy. Now, whether you're in career, business, and purpose, this is supposed to be an intertwined topic, but because we don't have time, I'm going to quickly run through it. So whether you're in career, business, and this thing, you want to align it with purpose, you need to make sure that anything you're building should be within your values, character, and the impact you intend to make. So if you're going to work, why are you doing this? Yes, there's the part of, I'm trying to make ends meet, I'm trying to make money. That is important. But in the long run, it will no longer be important because you want to look back and say that, how many people have you been able to influence or impact in this journey? So every decision that you are making today is either building or is breaking a legacy. Don't just focus on only the money aspect, but you want to look back and see that people's lives were affected because you were able to make impact. So you need to build. Whether you're building in the career space or you're building as a business person, you need to be more intentional about the wealth that you're building. And as you can see, I already said that we had a lot of women-owned businesses, and most women businesses grew faster within the past 2 years. Can you imagine that? So imagine what's going to happen in the coming years. So there's a lot of opportunities opening up now for the women. Of course, we still have the locations across the globe where there are still issues with women and all, but then I think in the coming days, we'll still have more people getting into different spaces. So don't be left behind. Make up your mind on what you want to start building today, and let's see how that goes. Oh, wow. Thanks to those who have stayed till the end, because it seems like a lot of people have left. Coming. Not sure why my screen keeps losing. I'm coming now. Sorry, just a minute. We should be done in less than 15 minutes. So well, I appreciate all those who have stayed up until the end. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to share all of these things later on. So what skill would unlock your next level in your career or in your business? What is that one skill that is going to unlock your next level? And then what vision have you delayed on acting? There are several things you would have written prior to now that you've not started acting on. What is one of those things? Then what is one thing you need to stop doing in 2026? And I also want you to think along these lines of what will your future generation thank you for? Assuming you'll leave this earth today, what will people say about you? What would they say is the impact that you were able to, you know, get or understand? And know your personality, your values, your skill set, and your gifts. So you need to understand that, you need to know that. And then also look at, there are different times that a lot of opportunities come our way, but we probably will not be ready for it. So how did you manage those opportunities? How did you manage them? Were you able to utilize them as they came, or because you were not prepared, you missed them, and also you also want to figure that out. Another thing that is also very important is to know, are you really growing or are you just busy? Are you really growing or you are just busy? So you also want to figure that out. And then when you need to document these things, we've already talked about documentation. Lastly, we are going to talk about your relationship, and your relationship is going to cut across these different areas. So your friendships, romantic relationship, your family dynamics, and then if you have mentors or boundaries, you also want to make sure that you look at these things, each of them, not just looking at all of them, but looking at each of them. For your friends, what kind of friends do you have? If you're in a relationship, how is the relationship? You need to sit to yourself and ask, is this thing adding or is it taking away from me? Is it removing from me? And all those things. So you want to make sure that you're also able to look at your family, in terms of your family, your mom, your dad, your siblings. How do you want to operate with them differently? In the past year, how have you been? What do you want to start doing? Then if you have mentors as well, that's also a different kind of relationship. And then what boundaries do you need to set for all of this thing? Because imagine if you say this in 2023, 58% of women actually felt relational burnout. That's a lot though. Actually, it is a lot. But then I don't know what is going to be in the coming years, because people are constantly being hurt every single day. Every single day, people are constantly being hurt. So people do not want to continue to be in that state where they are confused, or where people are still constantly hurting them. And yeah, it's a lot. So when we talk about the Thrive model, and using it to reflect on your year. The T stands for truth and identity. The H stands for healing, your heart healing and emotional wellness, making sure that you're taking care of that. The R stands for your renewal in spirit. And then the I stands for intentional wealth and stewardship. And then the V stands for visionary career, business, visionary legacy. So career, business, and purpose, intertwining or marrying all of them together to make sure that you are building what will work. You're building what will outlive you, not necessarily be around you. And then, be about you. And then the last thing is about evolving relationships. You need to measure your relationships. You need to really sit with them and know how to handle things differently, and see if there are some relationships or some things you need to stop or some things you need to continue, and all of those things. So yeah, it is very, very important. And I hope I've been able to help us. I think we are going to have I don't think I already said that earlier that we're going to have worksheets sent to us between now and 20th that could help us to just reflect on our year. There would also be resources provided. My only means of communicating right now to everyone that is here will be by email and through LinkedIn, if at all. But these are the two main areas. For now, there's no WhatsApp group or community or Telegram. Maybe in the coming days, if we'll see how things move. But for now, those are the mediums through which my communications will happen from. Thank you so much for having to stay true. I mean, when we started, we were almost 20 people, and I have like 6 people here now. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Please, do you have any questions? Do you have any comments? The recording is going to definitely be available for about 72 hours, after which it will be sold. After which it will be sold. It will not be free. So to everybody that registered, this will be available to them for about 72 hours so that people can review, can watch, can listen and learn. But other than that, we are going to have this put up on Seller. There probably will be a link. And thanks for having everyone. I hope this has been an interesting journey for you. Please do well to help us fill our feedback form that is going to go out very soon. Do well to help us fill it, and then I think we can call this a wrap. Thank you. So have a lovely day. Thank you. Thank you for the emojis. Thank you so much.